UW Health. Remarkable.
And welcome back to our True Crime Podcast. Our guest today is Sean Cleary.
Wait, what? We are supposed to be doing a commercial about Cleary's storage, ag, and sports facilities.
Great point, Sean. It was a warm summer evening in 1978 when a young man with a hammer...
Whoa, again, not a true crime podcast. I want to talk about Cleary designing the building of your dreams.
In a world where things aren't what they seem.
Okay, give me that. Good grief. Visit ClearyBuilding.com today and experience the Cleary difference.
On the football field, the skilled players get paid the most. The same is true in construction. Some of the most skilled players building our roads, solar farms, and stadiums are the men and women of the Wisconsin Operating Engineers. If you're ready to step up to a job where you can earn more without college debt and operate equipment like cranes, excavators, bulldozers, and drones, you're ready to join our team today at join139.com.
Everyone wins when we take care of the environment. GFL delivers affordable, sustainable waste handling solutions to keep customers green for life. Diverse services include commercial waste and recycling collection, roll-off dumpster rental, and more. Customizing options to meet your specific business needs. GFL is the total solution. A local, trusted service provider in solid waste collection, recycling, and disposal services, providing you with safe, dependable, and efficient solid waste and recycling services. Green today, green for life. GFL.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison, home of the Big Win and Madison Casino Guru, is transforming guests into winners. Making an ordinary day into a big win day is easy with a 95% average payout. And with over 140 daily jackpots, the number of people winning has never been bigger. So what are you waiting for? Escape to Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison for your next big win. Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison.
This is Badger football.
Tight pocket, down he goes, inside the 40-yard line.
On the Badger Sports Network from Learfield.
You face a lot of challenges every day. Getting the right rental equipment for the job shouldn't be one of them. At Fabic Rents, we're built to support all your rental needs. We're ready when you are with tools and equipment, expert advice, and exceptional service wherever the job may take you. Our job at Fabic Rents is to make your job easier. Get what you need when you need it. Are you ready to get started? Find out how easy it is today. Visit FabicRents.com. That's FabicRents.com. Fabic Rents. Ready when you are.
Badger fans, from game day to getaway, Chevy SUVs are ready for all the adventure ahead. Like Trailblazer, a combination of bold styling and off-road capability. Plus, with its large touchscreen, your tech is always within reach. There's the feature-packed Trax, starting at $21,795. MSRP excludes tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment. Dealer sets final price. Visit BadgerlandChevy.com or see your Badgerland Chevy dealer, a proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics.
Our Badgers pregame coverage continues. Wisconsin and Maryland this afternoon. 5th all-time meeting. The Badgers winning the first 4, mentioned 3 years ago. In miserable conditions, Wisconsin defeated Maryland 23-10. Tausch, you remember that? Everlast was in town. Celebrating the anniversary.
Rainy,
jump around.
Jump around. I think they had Wise and Grams and Sonny and the whole crew.
Yes.
That got that thing. Wando, of course. You got to make sure Wando gets his love. But I do remember that. It looks like the weather's going to be better today for this terrapin matchup.
I remember talking with Jim Leonard, who is at that point was the interim head coach. I said, Jim, you played in a lot of bad weather. And he said that was about as bad as any conditions that he's ever been a part of. I said, Jim, you played in Buffalo, Denver, Cleveland. He said, yeah, but it would snow there. We needed, and you know that if it's 30, if it's 37 and rainy and windy, and that's kind of what it was like.
You would, as a player, would take the snow 100 times out of that, like side sleeting rain, and you can't see anything. And I'm sure for skilled guys, they probably would feel the same way. For me, and I think for linemen, we want it as mucky and ugly and filthy as you could possibly get it.
The only reason it wasn't filthy is because you play in the artificial surface,
Yep.
but there wasn't a whole lot pretty about that day. But the Badgers did win 23-10. They've been winning in the 4 meetings by an average of like 3 touchdowns. We'll see what happens here today. Mike Loxley, in his 7th year as the head coach, this is his 3rd time around, though, at Maryland. Was an assistant with the Terrapins in the late 90s, the offensive coordinator from 2012 to 2015. Been around, was on the Alabama staff under Nick Saban for a few years, a head coach at New Mexico. They were bowlless last year. They won just 1 conference game, and that was in large part because of Billy Edwards leading a comeback against USC. But their bowl season has been much like Wisconsin's here this decade. They've won the Pinstripe Bowl against Vatech, won the Duke's Mayo Bowl against NC State. A couple of years ago, took down Auburn in the Music City Bowl, where Billy Edwards was the MVP. New offensive coordinator this year, Pep Hamilton, who's been around for a minute. 15 years in the NFL, most recently with the Houston Texans a couple of seasons ago. But he was a Stanford offensive coordinator when the Cardinal beat Wisconsin in the Rose Bowl following the 2012 season. Also some time on the Michigan staff as the assistant head coach from 2017 to 2018. Very accomplished in his career, and now in his first year as the OC with the Maryland Terrapins. Time for our home field advantage presented by Piggly Wiggly. Shop the Pig. Well, Tausch, you mentioned at the top, neither team really is running it well. Wisconsin's 15th in the league in yards per game. Maryland is last. So which team can establish the run? And if you're Wisconsin, Billy Edwards out there, you really better protect him. Danny O'Neal has to stay at the ready, but whoever it is, and it could very well be both, got to be able to run it. We'll see with some young guys in the offensive line if they're able to do that.
I think Wisconsin, obviously, these first 3 games, it has not been up to standard, and I think that's where a lot of the frustration comes. So then you just start figuring out, and we saw, Grimes did a really good job of making some adjustments, getting the wide receivers involved, doing more lateral things to kind of stretch the defense and try and make that running game a little more, impressive. But I think today it's going to come down to who's going to be able to protect the quarterback, because, with Billy playing, I think you're going to want to see him spin it a little bit. You're going to try to get them to soften it, and when you do that, that hopefully opens up that run game.
I've got to think that Wisconsin will do a better job of maybe at least getting Malik Washington out of sync here today. Christian Allegro had the sack early in the game last week. It looked like a time or two they got some pressure on Ty Simpson, and credit to him, he made the throws, and for much of the day it wasn't, he was pretty clean in the pocket. But I keep thinking this Wisconsin defense will be better, and hopefully starting today, again, getting back and getting some heat on the quarterback.
No doubt. And I mean, no offense to Maryland, but their offensive line is not Alabama's. I really thought Alabama's tackles last week in what has really been a bright spot for this team, the defensive line and those edge guys, the first couple weeks with their relentless pressure. You're going to need to see that today, because this quarterback is a good player. I think Washington gets out of the pocket. He can run. I think you want to corral him and make him throw checkdowns and short passes, because you watch some of the Towson game or the Northern Illinois, and you kind of see that the ball gets batted down. He hasn't quite figured out how to maneuver in the pocket and find those windows to make those check down throws. So you want to heat him up and he is a freshman, put pressure on him make decisions, and hopefully you're going to see some mistakes in this defense, creating some turnovers and some short fields to build a little confidence for this offense.
This is the first road game for Maryland. It's also the first Power 4 conference opponent. The wins for the Terrapins out of conference against Florida Atlantic, Northern Illinois. Thomas Hammock's team gave Maryland a good go in that game. It was eventually 20-9, but it was 13-9 Maryland in the fourth quarter. And then last week it was an FCS opponent, Towson, where Maryland won big. So we'll see how Malik Washington and a lot of other young Terps, both sides of the ball, especially the defensive side, getting their first taste of a road environment and their first taste of a Power 4 opponent. That is your home field advantage, presented by Piggly Wiggly. Shop the Pig. Stay with us. Our pregame coverage continues with our player profile, presented by Badgerland Chevy. Find your next truck, SUV, or electric vehicle at Badgerland Chevy. terrapinsfootball.com. We'll visit with receiver Chris Brooks coming up next. This is Badger Football from Learfield.
I'm Sawyer. And I'm Shannon. Together, we're Twin Stunts, the only twin motorcycle freestyle show in the world. We are born and raised in Wisconsin, so we want all our fellow cheeseheads to know that even though we clutch it up, hit 12, and drift in our show, we would never do it on the open road. And there's another thing we would never do on the road. Drive drunk. Drive sober. Or get pulled over. Together, we can save lives. Learn more at zeroinwisconsin.gov. Wisconsin DOT.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
It's game day in Wisconsin, and nothing says game day like a Clements brat or hot dog sizzling on the grill. Proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics, Clements brings you authentic, handcrafted flavor that's been a tradition for over 70 years. Whether you're tailgating outside Camp Randall or cheering from home, make every bite a winning play with Clements. Make it memorable with Clements brats and hot dogs. Pick up at your local store today.
Hey Badgers, ready to one-up your rivals off the field? Abbott and the Big Ten are back with the We Give Blood Drive. By showing up to donate blood, you can help your school win $1 million for student or community health. Score a limited edition home field designed Wisconsin t-shirt, and most importantly, save lives. Go to bigten.org/Abbott to find a donation location and put Wisconsin in the lead. That's bigten.org/Abbott.
All across the Badger State.
All the way! Touchdown, Wisconsin!
This is Badger Football from Learfield.
Badger fans, whether you're tailgating with friends or tackling your toughest jobs, Chevy Silverado is ready, steady, and strong, offering 4 powerful engine choices, impressive towing capability, and loads of advanced tech to help you conquer what's next. Year after year and mile after mile, Silverado is built for the long haul and trusted by those who know what real dependability means. Visit BadgerlandChevy.com or see your Badgerland Chevy dealer, a proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics.
Join the Wisconsin Department of Corrections and make a positive impact on lives across the state. Enjoy an excellent state benefits package and a nationally ranked pension program. The Wisconsin DOC is hiring social workers starting at $30 per hour, providing counseling and programming services, including substance use disorder programming to those in our care. To learn more and to apply, go to wisc.jobs. That's WISC.jobs. Our pregame show continues. Time for this week's player profile presented by Badgerland Chevy as we check in with redshirt junior receiver Chris Brooks out of St. Louis, Missouri, who comes into this season with 1 career catch. That was last season at Nebraska, but he put together a really good training camp, has worked his way up the depth chart. And for a young man who's had to battle injuries, he has been a study in perseverance, and now he's a study in balance. As he continues to get better and better every day on the football field, this guy is a full plate academically. 5 classes in the fall semester.
Oh, yeah. That's one of the biggest reasons I came here. Just obviously the football aspect of it. But, man, I looked at the degree. I'm like, I can't really pass that up. So, yeah, no, I fully, that's something important to me and important to my family, so that played a huge decision in it. So, yeah, can't really forget that that's the main reason we're here.
Yeah.
But it's a little much at times.
You got a lot going on.
Yeah, 5 classes. Oh, my.
Yeah, that's a full plate, as I said. Football obviously is important to you as well, and you're really a lesson in perseverance, battling through injuries. You were in the bowl game in Phoenix a few years ago, didn't play the following year. Got on the field, mostly special teams, right? A year ago. What was that like, and what pushed you through it? Because now your role continues to ramp up in the wide receivers room.
For me, honestly, it's just God. I relied on him so much. It's crazy just the way my journey has went and the progression and things I've gone through, but that's the most important thing, is just keeping him above everything. And it sort of gave me a sort of identity outside of football that allowed me to, like, football's not going my way. So, like, I knew who I was regardless of football, and that was a big part of this, just continuing myself. But other than God, my family, man, you know, we just had our game, got my first start. My family was so proud of me, and that sort of is what kept me pushing through it all. I just was in the weight room with Coach Austin, with the Devo, or the hurt guys, but just like pushing, just envisioning, like, it's all going to be worth it one day. Like, I'm gonna get on that field, I'm going to start, like, my time's going to come. And it was sort of just trusting in that. And like I said, it started with just having my faith growing, and then just having faith in myself and wanting to be a light for my family. That's really where it came from.
One of the things you said in that answer, that were actually multiple things, but you talk about being in the weight room. Obviously, you are put together well. You're catching passes as well, but offensive coordinator Jeff Grimes, who's been around for a minute or two, he's been in this game. He suggested in a session with the media a couple of weeks ago that you might be the best blocking wide receiver he's ever been around. Yes, catching the ball is great, but you must take a lot of pride in moving a defensive guy maybe where he doesn't want to go.
I definitely do. I mean, like you said, I started a lot of the games on special teams last year, but if you ever were to pay attention, you would see me get in, and it's like, oh, like, who's this 84 coming around to block? And that's just where I got my start, and it really started with Coach Guyton teaching me about, like, pull and hit left, pull left, hit left. So it's just like, I take a lot of pride in it because that's how I knew I would get on the field, honestly. And when I came here, I said, you don't get the ball unless you block. Like, and that's what Wisconsin football was before I got here, and that's why I want to make it. So I just really honed in on that, and I know I can do a lot of things that most receivers necessarily don't want to do, and I take pride in it. And I think that, like, sort of sets me – I'm not going to say sets me out, because, I mean, it's pushed the other receivers in the room too. Like, they see me doing it, and you get questioned, like, why can't you do it? And, like, I push them too. So it's honestly, I just want the whole room to be like that. And so, yeah, I take a lot of pride in it, and I make sure my teammates take a lot of pride in it too. And I hope that's something we continue to get better at. But, yeah, that is definitely something that's very important to me.
You said in your answer people saw you number 84 running around. Now number 1. Well, what's behind the switch?
To be honest with you, I can't say where, but my dad played at a red school wearing number 1.
Gotcha.
And, you know, growing up, my parents had me in high school, and I used to go to football games very young, and saw my dad make it to the NFL. But before he got to the NFL, I saw him in college wearing this number, and I'm like, okay, like, my favorite number growing up was 2. But the more I thought about it, I'm like, you know, churches obviously 2, but I'm like thinking about my number. I'm like, how cool would it be for him, really? Because I mean, that's all you ever want to do is just make your family proud, and I just want to make my dad proud. I'm like, I've been having a really good camp. Everyone loves me. I think I'm doing a good job. I see number 1's open. I'm like, I asked Vic in spring, and I just kept my head down, kept working, and then just one lucky day in fall camp, they come in. Coach Guyton comes in wearing my number, and I mean, it was just everything I could dream of, honestly, better than I imagined. I was thinking, like, it's just going to be in my locker one day. I'm like, I'm praying to God. I'm like, I just hope it's in my locker tomorrow. Like, I kept walking in. I'm like, okay, just go back to work. And then we were going to unit meeting. So, really, I'm not expecting it. I'm just sitting there, like, I'm getting ready, got my notes ready, looking at the board. And then Coach Grimes was like, we got some people. And then they walk in, and, man, that's a feeling I'll never forget. But my dad, that's – short answer, my dad.
Oh, that's cool.
But yeah, I do it for him, do it for my family, but mainly I wear it for him.
And that is Chris Brooks Jr., and maybe he didn't want to say it, but we will. His father, Chris Brooks Sr., played at Nebraska, but that was when the Huskers were not yet in the Big Ten Conference. And that is this week's player profile. Stay with us. We'll continue with our pregame coverage as we'll hear from Patrick Herb and today's Badger Notebook. This is Badger Football from Learfield.
Sometimes life's challenges leave you feeling alone. We all need someone who understands and listens without judgment. That's what the 988 Wisconsin Lifeline is for. 988 is free and confidential. trained counselors are ready to listen and provide support 24/7 for mental health and substance use concerns. You can contact 988 for yourself or for someone you know. Don't wait. Call or text 988 or chat online at 988wisconsin.org. 988 24/7. Call, text, chat. Here to support you.
Jess Sims is always looking to take her performance to the next level.
Palms facing you, then you're going to switch.
You got this, Jess.
We got this.
And she needs her money to work as hard as she does. That's why she uses U.S. Bank Bank Smartly Checking and Savings, which does exactly that, helping her track her spending and grow her money.
About the mental work.
Together, we'll achieve more than any of us could alone. That's the power of Jess, and this is the power of us. Visit usbank.com today to get started. Member FDIC, copyright 2025 U.S. Bank.
For over 100 years, Favorite Cat has served the hardworking men and women that improve the quality of life in our community. As your local cat dealer, Favorite Cat provides new and used heavy and compact equipment, power systems, rental, parts, and full service support to those of you getting the job done. You make essential progress possible, and Favorite Cat is honored to support the work you do every day. Visit FavoriteCat.com or call your local Favorite Cat store for more information. Favorite Cat is proud to sponsor Badgerland.
Badger fans, just like a great football team needs a solid game plan, your retirement needs one too. This past July, lawmakers passed what some are calling the One Big Beautiful Bill, and it could have a major impact on your retirement strategy. From changes to required minimum distributions to new savings opportunities, the rules of the game are shifting. That's why at Drake & Associates, we want you to have a playbook. Our Retirement Ready Toolkit includes my book, Get Retirement Ready, along with complimentary guides to help you prepare. All you need to do is text TAX, T-A-X, to 262-578-5657. That's 262-578-5657. Don't wait until the fourth quarter of your financial life. Make sure you're retirement ready today. Drake & Associates, proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics.
Advisory services offered through Drake & Associates LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Badger Sports Properties LLC is neither a current client nor an affiliated entity of, nor does it endorse Drake & Associates LLC. The Wisconsin Athletics is a paid sponsorship program.
Hey Badger fans, this is Brian Butch. Just like the Badgers, Potosi Brewing Company knows what it means to be part of a winning team. That's why they created Varsity Golden Ale, brewed with Wisconsin athletics in mind. And the results are in. In one short year, Varsity has become one of the top-selling golden ales in the state. Even better, sales of Varsity have created significant impact for Wisconsin student athletes through NIL. So next time you're cheering on the Badgers, grab a Varsity Golden Ale and be part of the team.
This is your home for the Badgers.
Hit is good! He hit it!
This is Badger football from Learfield.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Man, I love my kids so much. I once sat for 3 hours in the cold rain to watch her soccer team lose by 18 goals.
I love my kids so much, I once used a tube to suck snot out of her stuffed nose at 3 a.m.
You win.
Love your kids? Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat. From toddlers to tweens, visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to find the right seat for their age and size. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Our pregame coverage continues from Camp Randall Stadium. The Badgers and the Maryland Terrapins here, and it's dry, and hopefully it'll stay that way throughout the course of the game. Time for our Badger Notebook with Patrick Herb. Today is Celebrate Agriculture, the annual celebration, the Celebrate Ag Day here at Camp Randall. But Patrick, while we're at it in the celebration mode, celebrate Wisconsin. We know the recruiting net has been cast, far and wide, but it does not discount those here from the state of Wisconsin, so we celebrate that a little bit today too.
Yeah, part of the theme in addition to Ag Day is just celebrate Wisconsin, and so they're giving away koozies at the gate that have a cow print on them, and I know the video board will have some Wisconsin themed hits today. And so in that vein, let's celebrate who Wisconsin has and the identity of these homegrown Badgers, and there still are a lot of them. There are 35 players on this roster that were born in the state of Wisconsin. Among those, 11 are in the Wisconsin 2 deep. So guys that are playing. That 35 players come from 29 different cities across the state. We actually mapped it out for a graphic on the video board. And it's far and wide. It's fun to see. It's not just maybe the Milwaukee area or Dane County. There's a lot in the Fox Valley. There's northern Wisconsin. There's all the way over in the Hudson, Eau Claire area. And there's good representation from a lot of different areas. Wisconsin's 2024 recruiting class had 5 players from the state of Wisconsin and some ones that they're really high on down the road. So Emmett Bork from Oconomowoc, Cooper Catalano, Germantown, Grant Dean from Neenah, Torin Petaway, who is injured for today's game, incidentally, from Middleton, and then Michael Roski from Middleton is also on there. So there is still an emphasis on doing that. This season, 16 Wisconsin natives have played. Some of them have already earned their degrees. Owen Arnett, Ben Barnett, Grover Barton, Grover Bortolotti, Kerry Kadonko, they've already earned their degrees and are playing, and that means something, too, for these in-state guys to get that Wisconsin degree. 10 players on this roster played in a state championship game in Camp Randall Stadium, which is another cool thing. And we know that Wisconsin's All-American list is littered with Wisconsin homegrown talent. I was looking at it. Just since 2014, these Wisconsin natives are All-Americans. Leo Chanel, Tyler Biadasz, Zach Bond, Bo Benchel, TJ Watt, Ryan Ramczyk, Joe Schulbert, Melvin Gordon, Kyle Costigan. All Wisconsin homegrown talent.
Yeah, and, on the flip side, Maryland, with Mike Loxley, he's tried to reestablish his recruiting base close to their home in the DMV, and that includes their quarterback, Malik Washington, 6'5", 230. He's a freshman. How have freshman quarterbacks fared here in recent times against the Badgers?
What a segue.
That's smooth.
That's seamless.
That's smooth.
My goodness. Well, I'm glad you asked. So Malik Washington, he's had a heck of a debut, obviously. First 3 games as a true freshman. And, in fact, it's the 4th most passing yards by any true freshman over the last 7 years in college football. And he's among really big names when you look at the list of guys who've gotten that start early in their career and how they've done with it. He trails only Sam Hartman, who is at Wake Forest, JT Daniels at USC, and Jaron Keave Songapolutele from Cal. I've worked on that one all night.
That's good effort right there.
Tried, okay. He's a freshman on Cal this season. He's a name to know, even if I can't say it. But some of the names that he's ahead of, Jaden Daniels, when he was at Arizona State, threw for a lot of yards in his first game. Sam Howell, Dylan Raiola from Nebraska, Bryce Underwood at Michigan is on that list right now. Bo Nix, Adrian Martinez. So some big names. I went back and I also looked at how many times has Wisconsin faced a true freshman in a game, because it's probably going to happen in back-to-back games here, knowing that Wisconsin's next game is Michigan, where Bryce Underwood has been taking the snaps at center. He's also a true freshman. So it's happened 8 times since 2010. That's as far back as my data could go. So 8 times, 4 of them have come here at Camp Randall. The most recent one was last year against Dylan Raiola in Nebraska. Before that, Garrett Rangel from Oklahoma State in the bowl game. But the 4 times that a true freshman has come here to Camp Randall, Artur Sitkowski from Rutgers in 2018, Adrian Martinez, Nebraska 2018, Christian Hackenberg, Penn State in 2013, and Philip Nelson from Minnesota in 2012. Wisconsin went 3-1 in those games against the freshman starting quarterback. Christian Hackenberg and Penn State beat the Badgers in 2013. I was hoping that this stat would reveal that freshman quarterbacks have really struggled here, and that's going to be an indicator for today's game. Unfortunately, it's really not the case. Sitkowski for Rutgers threw for 261 yards with a touchdown, no picks. Martinez, 384 yards with 2 touchdowns, no picks, and he had 57 yards rushing in a TD. Hackenberg, 339 with 4 touchdowns, no picks. And then Philip Nelson struggled, 149 with 2 picks and 67 yards rushing. So let's pin it on that this could be another day like Philip Nelson in Minnesota.
I'll never forget talking with Gary Anderson, who was the coach in 2013 after the Penn State game. Bill O'Brien was the head coach, and Gary, it was a big slice of humble pie. He said they did a great job with him and what the plays they were dialing up. So let's hope they don't dial up much for this guy.
Yeah, let's hope they didn't call O'Brien before this one.
All right, we got a birthday we're celebrating today?
Yeah, this week it's all about Bucky Badger. He's turning 85. The fun doesn't end after today's game either. The party begins today, but then we're celebrating 4 decades of Bucky during the game today. They're having a bunch of alumni from Bucky Badger that are going to be recognized during the game. But after this, subsequently this week, on September 27th, it's a football bye week, so there's other things to do. The Badgers are hosting Bucky's Birthday Bash with a pep rally at the Overture Center on September 27th, followed by a walking parade down State Street. The UW Marching Band is going to be involved, all the way down to the terrace where they're going to debut the new Babcock ice cream, which is Bucky's Birthday Brownie Bash flavor. Say that 5 times fast. And Wisconsin Athletics is also partnering with Wisconsin schools to find educational ways to help celebrate Bucky's birthday in classrooms around the state. And then lastly, on October 8th, kind of a cool project is debuting. PBS Wisconsin has done a documentary on kind of the history of Bucky Badger, how it developed, what it means to be a Bucky, and what his lore is in the culture of Wisconsin. And that's going to debut on October 8th at the Union South Theater, do a special screening of that. Get all your Bucky's birthday information at UWBadgers.com.
There you go. That's a good knowledge right there. How many Bucky's did you know in your time here? Any?
You know what? Not really. No,
Okay.
they don't speak much, so I never really got to know any of them.
They kept a low profile, sort of.
I did do the math. So Bucky's turning 85, and he does push-ups after every time Wisconsin scores. So what would the score have to be for Bucky to do 85 total touchdowns today? 27 points gets you there. 3 touchdowns, 2 field goals, or 4 touchdowns and a field goal, 31. So let's get greedy and let's get 30 and make him do 85 push-ups.
Make him work on as we approach the birthday. Thank you, Patrick. He's Patrick Herb, and that is today's Badger Notebook and Bucky Knowledge. Stay with us. Our pregame chat with head coach Luke Fickell, presented by Zimbrick Fish Hatchery Road, is coming up. Buying your next new or used car at ZimbrickFishHatcheryRoad.com. This is Badger Football from Learfield.
Badger fans, when the rules of football change, coaches adjust their playbooks. The same goes for retirement planning. In July, Washington passed what's being called the One Big Beautiful Bill, and the changes could affect when and how you take money out of your accounts. At Drake & Associates, we're here to help you call the right plays. Our Retirement Ready Toolkit includes my book, Get Retirement Ready, plus complimentary guides to help you understand the new rules of the game. Text TAX, that's T-A-X, to 262-578-5657. That's texting TAX to 262-578-5657. Don't get caught off sides when it comes to your retirement future. Drake & Associates, proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics.
Advisory services offered through Drake & Associates LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Badger Sports Properties LLC is neither a current client nor an affiliated entity of, nor does it endorse Drake & Associates LLC. The Wisconsin Athletics is a paid sponsorship program.
Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison, home of the Big Win and Madison Casino Guru, is transforming guests into winners. Making an ordinary day into a big win day is easy with a 95% average payout. And with over 140 daily jackpots, the number of people winning has never been bigger. So what are you waiting for? Escape to Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison for your next big win.
Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison.
I love Minnesota.
This is Hero Gravel. The lamps on bluffs, incredible.
Minnesota is a cyclist dream.
Here's the good part.
Plan your trip at exploreminnesota.com.
That was a fun ride.
What a view!
There's hiking.
I love how pretty all the different colors and layers.
And then there's wall hiking in Minnesota.
That's gorgeous.
Minnesota is a hiker's paradise. Plan your trip at exploreminnesota.com.
Whether you're cheering for the Badgers or caring for your land, we know you're all in all season long. And Case IH compact and utility tractors are all in too. Mowing, digging, hauling. Our equipment, designed to meet the needs of America's farm fields, makes caring for your home field easier. Your Case IH dealer can show you how our equipment can make this season a winning one. Case IH, built by farmers.
Hey, Drew and Jonathan Scott here. Build a customized renter's policy with American Family Insurance so you can protect your tandem bike on the go. Thief! Oh, he is struggling with that two-seater. Life's better when you're under American Family's roof. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Some exclusions may apply. Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI and its operating companies. 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Badger football all season long.
And this game is underway with a bang.
On the Badger Sports Network from Learfield.
Hear that?
That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Pre-game coverage continues. Time for our pre-game chat with Badgers head coach Luke Fickell. Let's dive right in. Maryland, a team that I know that it was a tough year last year, but as we see in college football, things can change. They have a ton of new faces. Start with the quarterback. I know we talked about him on Wednesday night, Malik Washington. Seems like he's a freshman. You know, there probably will be bumps along the way, hopefully today, but he seems like he checks the boxes, right? The arm strength, the mobility, all of that.
Well, you don't become one of those five-star quarterbacks without, obviously starts with ability, but then obviously it's the preparations and the things that you've been doing for a long time, in particular at that position. So he's been trained for this, and you can see he's had this is a great opportunity for him, and he's taken advantage of it.
With a ton of weapons. I know they're trying to get their running game going, but it's a lot of skill, both sides of the ball, but a really good-looking receiver core that will present challenges not just today, but throughout all the other teams are going to play here this fall, right? Yeah, I mean, there's not going to be a lack of talent. When you get into the league, I don't care who it is. You know, everybody's going to have some talent. They're going to have some skill levels, that you're going to have to plan for, right? You're going to have some answers for. That is what we're going to see today. These guys have got some skill that you got to be aware of. Obviously combined with the quarterback that can, really sling the football. So again, we know what it's going to be like. After last week, we saw as good a skill as there could be in the country, but I don't think that we're not going to see some similarities, whether it's today or down the road. Yeah, the skill, and then a coordinator who's been around for a minute in Pep Hamilton in the NFL and college. I would imagine you're somewhat familiar with him. I think he was at Michigan for a long while too. So obviously very. Spent a lot of time or played against him quite a few times. Does a great job, but you can see a growth from what you would have seen in the past in college and what maybe you see some guys that have taken from the NFL stuff. The Big Ten has changed. We talked about it on your radio show, where college football has changed. You can start thinking about the playoffs and all of that, but just getting into conference play, I would imagine a different vibe. You talk to fans like, okay, league play starts now, and we've talked about the leadership group that you have. Those guys, their roles become more important now as you get into conference play. It's a grind. That's really what the journey looks like, and that mountain that we always talk about looks like is the league. And I think we mentioned it on the radio show just about, okay, let's make sure we understand whether you got these new guys or this new world of everybody talking about the bigger picture of playoffs and things like that. We don't lose sight of still the most important thing, and it's league play, because that's where things really amp up, and that's when you're supposed to be playing your best ball, right? I mean, not that it's preseason in those first few games, but as you get into league play, it's there's no easy route. There used to be that line about freshmen, they can't become freshmen, but usually that's like in late October, early November. You're at a point where you need freshmen to become sophomores here in September, don't you? We are, and there's only one way to be able to do that, and that's to actually get yourself on the football field and play. What you love as a coach is, I'd love to have those guys that are, maybe in the two deep and backups, and they're getting reps every single day and preparing themselves for if that opportunity arises. You don't always want to say, hey, we got a redshirt freshman or true freshman in some of those positions that
that they're going to play a whole game, but that's the nature of what you got to be able to do. And so these guys got to grow up. They got to grow up fast in a world where everybody wants people to grow up fast. It's just in college football, it's a little bit more difficult just with the nature of how teams have been built over the last 4 or 5 years.
All right, that's Badgers head coach Luke Fickell. Our pregame conversation presented by Zimbrick Fish Hatchery Road. We'll check out other games in the conference coming up this weekend, as well as the starting lineups. Back in a couple of minutes. This is Badger football from Learfield.
Hey Badger fans, this is Brian Butch. Just like the Badgers, Potosi Brewing Company knows what it means to be part of a winning team. That's why they created Varsity Golden Ale, brewed with Wisconsin athletics in mind. And the results are in. In one short year, Varsity has become one of the top-selling golden ales in the state. Even better, sales of Varsity have created significant impact for Wisconsin student athletes through NIL. So next time you're cheering on the Badgers, grab a Varsity Golden Ale and be part of the team.
Jess Sims is always looking to take her performance to the next level.
Palms facing you, then you're going to switch.
You got this, Jess.
We got this.
And she needs her money to work as hard as she does. That's why she uses U.S. Bank Bank Smartly Checking and Savings, which does exactly that, helping her track her spending and grow her money.
About the mental work.
Together, we'll achieve more than any of us could alone. That's the power of Jess, and this is the power of us. Visit usbank.com today to get started. Member FDIC, copyright 2025 U.S. Bank.
Whether you're cleaning up to host a backyard game day party or just powering through your fall projects, you can count on the performance of Steel. From blowers to chainsaws, Steel tools are built to go the distance. With legendary quality and real dealer support, you'll find the right tool and the right team for every job. Steel, proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Wisconsin Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Badger football lives here.
Touchdown, Wisconsin! Jim Leonard brings it all the way back.
This is Badger football from Learfield.
I'm Chris Jakovic. I served in the United States Air Force, and I deployed 3 times. Being a veteran, it's interwoven into your DNA. It's really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families, and one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
This message is for Karina, our mom who finished her high school diploma at age 28. Hi, Mom. It's Emmettith and Nicholas.
Congratulations on getting your diploma.
You worked so hard and have taught us so much. We love you.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Check out the other games today involving Big Ten teams out of conference, but it's an old Pac-12 matchup. Oregon and Oregon State. That'll kick at 2 o'clock Central Time. The 6th-ranked Ducks are big favorites in that game. Big one in Lincoln today as the Nebraska Cornhuskers will host number 21 Michigan. Nebraska's last win against a top 25 team was in 2016. A lot of folks in Lincoln thinking that streak might end here today. Michigan, will see what the Wolverines have to say about it. Out of conference, the Purdue Boilermakers, 2-1, make the trip to Notre Dame. The Irish still in the top 25, but looking for their first win. They're 0-2 at the early stage of this season. Really intriguing game tonight down in Bloomington as number 19 Indiana will host Brett Bielema and the 9th-ranked Illinois Fighting Illini. Also tonight, an old Pac-12 or Pac-10, most recently Pac-12, Washington and Washington State. Huskies big favorites in that game. Michigan State will be at the Coliseum taking on USC. Last night in the Big Ten, pretty wild one. Iowa and Rutgers. The Hawkeyes getting a couple of fourth-quarter touchdowns to defeat the Scarlet Knights 38-28. Of course, the Badgers will host Iowa. It's a few weeks down the road, but the next home game for Luke Fickell's team will be against the Iowa Hawkeyes. Time now for a UW Health injury update. UW Health Sports Medicine treating the Badgers, treating you. And it's a rather busy list among the Badgers who are out today. Charles Perkins out for the second straight game. Jake Renfro, the center, unavailable today. And Preston Zachman, who suffered a lower body injury last week in the game at Alabama, he is out. So Matt Young will move into the secondary, working alongside Austin Brown at the safety spots. Kerry Kadonko is listed as questionable, likewise for outside backer Corey Walker. Billy Edwards is listed as questionable, but he is in line to get the starting call here at quarterback here today. And that is your UW Health injury update. UW Health Sports Medicine treating the Badgers, treating you. Let's move on to the U.S. Bank starting lineups. At U.S. Bank, we team together to support our customers and our community. Stop by your local U.S. Bank branch today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. For the Maryland Terrapins on defense up front, we got big Ian Thomas at the nose, 6'3", 328-pound redshirt sophomore. He is flanked by Cam Rice, 6'2", 303, grad student, a transfer from West Virginia, also has been at Ohio University in his career. And Dylan Fontes is the defensive end, 6'6", 292-pound junior. The linebackers, it's a good-looking linebacking core. Inside is Trey Reddick, 6'4", 318, a sophomore out of Hampton, Virginia. Their leading tackler is Daniel Wingate, 6'2", 230. He is a junior. On the outside are Sidney Stewart, 6'2", 255-pound freshman, who has 3 sacks so far this season. Zahir Mathis is on the other side. He's also a freshman, 6'6", 222 pounds, out of Philadelphia. He has 2.5 sacks this season. On the corners are Braden Lee, a redshirt freshman, 6'1", 178 pounds, but highly regarded out of Upper Marlboro, Maryland. And Dante Joyner, 6 feet tall, 180 pounds, a junior out of Lakeland, Florida. The safeties are LaVane Scruggs, 6'3", 215, a junior from Baltimore, and Jalen Husky out of Frederick, Maryland, 6'2", 201 pounds. He is a senior, and that's the Maryland defense. For the Wisconsin Badgers on offense here today, Riley Mahlman, again, the left tackle, 6'8", 318-pound, fifth-year senior at Lakeville, Minnesota. Joe Brunner, the left guard, 6'5", 317, redshirt junior from Whitefish Bay. Ryan Corey, a redshirt freshman, one of 3 in the offensive line. Corey will get the starting call, 6'4", 308. Colin Cubberly is the right guard, redshirt freshman out of LaGrangeville, New York. Emerson Mandel, redshirt freshman out of Mounds View, Minnesota. He is the right tackle. Lance Mason is the tight end, 9 catches, 122 yards, 7 of those catches, 102 of those yards, and a touchdown coming 2 weeks ago against Middle Tennessee. The receivers are Vinny Anthony, had a 95-yard kick return for a touchdown at Alabama last week. Chris Brooks, 6'2", redshirt junior out of St. Louis. In the slot is Tretch Kekahuna, 5'10", 185-pound redshirt sophomore out of Honolulu. Dylan Jones first up in the running back position, 6 feet tall, redshirt freshman. Big game for him, you would think. He is from Laurel, Maryland, averaging 4.6 yards per carry, 29 totes for 134 yards and a touchdown. You'll see Darion Dupree and Cade Yacamelli rotating in there as well. And in line to start is Billy Edwards, the former Maryland Terrapin, 6'3", 228 pounds, fifth-year senior out of Springfield, Virginia. Was out there, albeit briefly, on opening night against Miami. Went down with an injury in the first half. Danny O'Neal at the ready. Both have been repping throughout the course of the week, but Edwards is in line to get the starting call here today. And those are your U.S. Bank starting lineups. It's the Wisconsin Badgers and the Maryland Terrapins here at Camp Randall Stadium in Madison. The Badgers have won the first 4 meetings between these two programs. Let's find out together how matchup number 5 unfolds today. Coming up, the opening kickoff presented by Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Catch a win at the Midwest Premier Casino Hotel. Potawatomi, it's meant to be. This is Badger football from Learfield.
When it comes to women's sports, there's no place like UW. Our women set the standard for elite performance, from the volleyball court to the hockey rink. Every set, spike, and score pushes the boundaries of what's possible. UW Health mirrors this dedication to greatness. Our extraordinary team of doctors combines revolutionary research with compassionate care, setting the benchmark for healthcare across the country. So for the best care and the best athletics, it's easy. UW all the way. UW Health. Remarkable.
I'm Sawyer. And I'm Shannon. Together, we're Twin Stunts, the only twin motorcycle freestyle show in the world. We are born and raised in Wisconsin, so we want all our fellow cheeseheads to know that even though we clutch it up, hit 12, and drift in our show, we would never do it on the open road. And there's another thing we would never do on the road. Drive drunk. Drive sober, or get pulled over. Together, we can save lives. Learn more at zeroinwisconsin.gov. Wisconsin DOT.
At Compeer Financial, we are here for you. As a member-owned cooperative deeply committed to the people in our ag industry and the rural communities we call home, Compeer provides the financial products, services, and support you need to thrive. Compeer Financial, here for you. Call 844-426-6733 or visit Compeer.com to explore ag lending and other financial services today. Compeer Financial is an equal credit opportunity lender and provider. Copyright 2025, all rights reserved.
Matt LePay for Steinhoffels. Since 1934, Steinhoffels has been Wisconsin's go-to for quality furniture, name brand mattresses, and unbeatable service. As a proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics, Steinhoffels is helping you gear up for game day. September 26th to the 28th, spend $1,999 or more at any Wisconsin Steinhoffels store and get a $100 University Bookstore gift card. Perfect for picking up the latest Badgers gear. Relax. It's Steinhoffels.
It's Ford Truck Month in the state of Wisconsin, where we tailgate in sub-zero temps, spend our Friday nights at the old fish fry, and rely on the #1 truck brand in Wisconsin to make it happen. Only in Wisconsin, only in a Ford. Time to save big on the trucks that are made for our state. Truck Month starts now. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD December 2024.
Happy Game Day and National Ag Day from Case IH. Just like the Badgers train with championship-level equipment, our compact tractors and utility equipment are built tough to handle whatever your land demands. From family farms to home fields, we're here to help you succeed on every acre that matters. Visit caseih.com to learn more about our commitment to agriculture and Wisconsin. Go Badgers!
Shop the pin! Hey Badger fans, whether you're tailgating before kickoff or celebrating a big win, grab a can of Bubbler antioxidant sparkling water at your local Piggly Wiggly. With naturally sourced caffeine, 0 grams of sugar, and natural colors and flavors, Bubbler will keep your energy up for all 4 quarters so you can stay refreshed, energized, and ready to jump around. Find your favorite flavor at Piggly Wiggly today. Bubbler is a proud partner of the Wisconsin Badgers. Piggly Wiggly, shop the pig!
Have you thanked a farmer today? Wisconsin's nearly 59,000 farms contribute over $116 billion annually to our state's economy and over 350,000 jobs. Today's game against Maryland marks the 12th annual Celebrate Agriculture game for the University of Wisconsin and is sponsored by Cleary Building Corp., Culver's, Case IH, and Compeer Financial. Thank you to our sponsors for making the Celebrate Agriculture game possible.
On the Badger Sports Network from Learfield, it's time for Badger football.
Stretch to the 20, 10, 5, touchdown Wisconsin. Stretch Kahuna to the house.
That's just what we do or how we do it. Remember, it's who you do it with. We're a family, baby.
And down he goes. Cheeks gets to the quarterback.
You got to come out here. You got to compete. You got to make each other better.
Throws left side for Branch. And it's picked off by Preston Zachman.
Remember our goal. It's right around the corner.
As the Badgers deliver the knockout punch here in the fourth quarter.
Today's game is brought to you by Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison and Ho-Chunk Gaming Wisconsin Dells, proud casino partners of Wisconsin Athletics. Construction Business Group, Wisconsin operating engineers and respected contractors. Learn more at join139.com. And by SeatGeek. SeatGeek is the official ticketing partner of the Wisconsin Badgers. Find tickets to Badger games and more. SeatGeek. Now with the call of the game, here's Mark Tauscher and the voice of the Badgers, Matt LePay.
Good morning from Barry Alvarez Field at Camp Randall Stadium alongside Mark Tauscher, Patrick Herb, Mike Heller, Dave McCann, our engineer, and Aisha Jackson. Back in our network studio, this is Matt LePay. We welcome you to Wisconsin football, and we welcome you to the start of the Big Ten season as the Badgers host the Maryland Terrapins. Before we get started, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10 for an ID. This is Badger football from Learfield. Maryland comes to town with a 3-0 record. Non-conference wins against Florida Atlantic, Northern Illinois, and Towson. The Badgers are 2-1. Home field wins against Miami and Middle Tennessee, and a rough one last Saturday in Tuscaloosa against the Alabama Crimson Tides. Now the Badgers get home, trying to get right and trying to start the Big Ten season on a winning note. And with that, it's time for our Construction Business Group Keys to the Game. Wisconsin Operating Engineers. Build your career. Join 139.com. What do you have for today's keys, Tausch?
So, I would come out and say the obvious, which is getting able to run the football and do some things on the ground. We have not been able to do that. But I think at this point where we're at, this defense needs to be the catalyst for this football team. And Maryland has a really talented freshman quarterback that is going to make some plays, but I believe is also going to you're going to give your defense some opportunities to make plays. So I think the defense the first 2 weeks was dynamite. Last week did a really nice job. And I know it's not the greatest compliment. They did a really good job stopping the run. They couldn't stop the pass. Well, today I think keeping Washington in the pocket and being able to get after him with our edge and with our depth up front, that, to me, is going to be the key to this game, because I think this defense has to set the tone and really be the catalyst to get this team going, especially early in this game.
Need a defense to help the offense. Well, the offense hoping to get a little bit of a boost here today. We'll see how it unfolds as Billy Edwards is ready to get back into the starting lineup. Danny O'Neill has been repping throughout the course of the week as well. But for more on the quarterback story, let's send it down to our sideline reporter, Patrick Herb.
Good morning, gentlemen. What a great day at Camp Randall. Didn't realize I would need sunscreen today when I woke up, but it's going to be a beautiful day here at Camp Randall. And you mentioned that how it unfolds is the question mark, and I think that is still the question mark when it comes to quarterback. We know that Billy Edwards is going to start, but all week it has been uncertain, all the way up until probably last night. And that's not because of a skill thing. That's because they just weren't sure how Billy would react after each practice and how he would respond the very next day. So during the week, both him and Danny O'Neill have taken reps with the first team, and they're preparing for all situations. So we know Billy will start, but Fickell has said multiple times that we'll have to see how comfortable he is. So what that could mean is they could have packages where Danny O'Neill plays to bring out his skill set, even if Billy Edwards is still healthy. Don't be surprised if we see some of that. According to offensive coordinator Jeff Grimes, he said about 80% of the play calls don't change between the two players. So it's not as if they need a different game plan. But there is a 20% play sheet that is different between the two quarterbacks. The last thing I'll add, Luke Fickell has said managing the team's psyche has been important this week. And he learned a little bit from 2023 when Braylon Allen kind of went into every game with his status unknown. Will he play? Won't he play? Sometimes he left during the middle of the game. And he thought that sometimes led to a letdown with his team, that they were emotionally invested, that yes, Braylon Allen is going to play. And then if he goes down, there's this deflating in the bench. And he wanted to make sure that whether Billy can or cannot play, whether Billy can or cannot finish, that psyche is managed and there's no deflating, and they have confidence in Danny O'Neill and their game plan moving forward.
And his center, thank you, Patrick, his center will be another redshirt freshman as Ryan Corey will get the call. So 3 redshirt freshmen, Tausch in the starting lineup, the center all the way to the obviously right guard, right tackle. So as Luke Fickell has said this week, this is the situation they're in. So young fellas become men real fast.
Time to grow up quick.
Yes.
Yeah, and you got a little bit of that last week down in Tuscaloosa, which is going to be about as tough of an environment as you can. So a lot of times you just have to let guys there are going to be some mistakes, but you want to see it aggressive.
Coin toss down the field. The captains are ready.
Big Ten logo represents you get to make the choice. Okay, I'm going to flip it, let it hit the ground. Maryland, you've won the toss. This is your choice.
So Maryland has won the toss and has elected to defer. So the Badgers will receive, go left to right, north to south here at Camp Randall Stadium. The Badger captains today, Jackson Aker, along with Mason Reiger and Darrell Peterson. The honorary captain, one of the great offensive linemen in Wisconsin football history, Dennis Lick, here from the early to mid-'70s. Had himself a really nice NFL career as well with the Chicago Bears as a Badger. Blocked for the likes of Bill Merrick. As a Bear, blocked for the likes of Walter Payton. Around greatness both here in Madison and obviously in the NFL. And Dennis Lick, one of the all-time great. That O-line U thing has been a thing for a long time. Tom.
It has, and that's, Billy and obviously blocking for Walter Payton's pretty special. Dennis still getting around pretty good for, I don't know, however old he is, but I hope when I'm that old, I'm moving around at that. He's jumping around pretty good down there.
It is so fun. We've said this before. I'll say it again. It is so fun for us as fans to see these former Badger players come back, but there's great meaning for those former players. You've done it. You've been that guy
yes,
down there.
Yes, and
cool.
You would think it's not a big deal, but I know it's just nice. Get back out there, hear the crowd roar a little bit, and get that appreciation. I saw Luke dap him up and the current players. It's a big deal for alumni to come back and be honored in that way, and it's cool to see Dennis in that light.
Yeah, love to see these football alums get always that. It is well-deserved warm welcome back here for all they did in their time in a Wisconsin uniform. Philip Noyes will kick off for the Terps. Yeah, Vinny Anthony and Cade Giacomelli deep. Of course, Anthony brought one back 95 yards against Alabama for a touchdown. Let's see what happens as we begin play here today. 71 degrees, a mix of cloud and sun, and hopefully dry throughout as this kick is a ground ball. It'll be fielded at the 20-foot. The ball actually fell off the tee. So he did well to make contact with it. So they'll try it again.
You never
thought you needed binoculars on a football on a tee here, but my goodness. That had swing and a miss written all over it. So credit, he put the ball in play, even though we'll do it over again. It's not like it's, a really windy day here either, I might add. The breeze is light out of the southeast. So we'll try again. Just when you think you've seen everything. Kickoff, take 2. And Noyes runs up. And the kick is away, and he hammers this one. There will be no return. It'll hit the back line of the end zone for the touchback. And the Wisconsin Badgers first up on offense with Billy Edwards starting at their own 25-yard line.
And it is going to be of utmost importance here to protect him, get the running game going. You do not want to be in a lot of third and longs where you're going to have to do some ad-libbing and get out of the pocket. I think today is one of those, especially early, 3-5 step, get the ball out of your hands, get it into your receiver's hands and let this thing go. Really important to see the start here.
And they'll work out of the pistol with Dylan Jones, the running back.
Nice patience there by Jones. He kind of followed his lead blocker, Brunner, stayed on his back, and when there wasn't much, kind of a little scrum, ended up, Tretch Kekahuna did a really nice job of sealing, bouncing it, and picking up a quick 5.
Chris Brooks, Vinny Anthony, Tretch Kekahuna trips to the left. Lance Mason, the tight end, lines up on the right side of the formation. 2nd and 5 for the Badgers at their own 30. Edwards a throw, one pump, flips over the middle, caught by Tretch. 40, 45, 50, 45, 40. Kekahuna 35, 30 outside the numbers, and he gets tossed out of bounds inside the 25-yard line by Jalen Husky. They'll mark at the 25.
Short pass, long gain at 45 yards. The Badgers in Maryland territory, 1st and 10.
Beautiful protection up front, allowed Edwards all kinds of time. And what was key there, Tretch is running basically a little over route from the left side, and Billy put it right in stride so Tretch didn't have to reach back. Full speed, a lot of room after catch.
Back to the pistol formation for the Maryland 25-yard line, 1st and 10. Dylan Jones behind the quarterback. Brooks and Kekahuna to the left, Anthony to the right. And the first down handoff, Dylan Jones hits it off the right side inside the 25 and down to the 22-yard line. Cam Rice, defensive tackle, getting in there defensively for the Terrapins at a gain of 3. 2nd down and 7 for Wisconsin. It doesn't look like a lot, 2 or 3 yards, but the right side of that offense, the young crew over there, Mandel and Cubberly, nice push. Lance Mason came in as a tight end, kind of kicked it out, and you picked up a quick 3, whereas in the past we have not seen that on first down. Grant Steck in there now at tight end. Vinny Anthony in motion right to left. Shotgun snap. Edwards on 2nd down looking. Throws right side. High pass. And it goes off the hands of Jaden Ballard. And it falls harmlessly to the turf. Dante Joyner, the cornerback, dangerously close to picking that off from a deflection. But it falls incomplete. 3rd and 7 Wisconsin at the Maryland 22-yard line.
What Maryland did there is they lined up 5 guys on all 5 offensive linemen. There's no help. We're just going to go. And actually the protection held up. That was the case there. I think Billy just a little uncomfortable in the pocket. Just kind of shot-putted it. And all very fortunate that ball fell to the ground. 2 receivers left. Jaden Ballard to the right. Shotgun snap Edwards. Hands off Dylan Jones. Trying to be patient, but not much room to slide through as he gets just a yard. Ian Thomas getting in there. Daniel Wingate, one of the inside linebackers, as Jones is stopped at the 21-yard line. So it's 4th down and 6. And the Badgers will send on Nathaniel Vakos of the field goal team. Just a little too much penetration off the right side, the young side of this Wisconsin offensive line. And he had a bounce cut that back sooner than he wanted. And then the pursuit from Maryland got back and allowed really no gain there on that run.
Nathaniel Vakos will try a 38-yard field goal from the right hash mark. 2.5 minutes into the game. Badgers looking for early point. Snap, ball down, kick is blocked. Scooped up inside the 20-yard line, and that was Vakos who scooped it up, but he'll be stopped short of the first down inside the 20 to the 19-yard line. Timeout on the field. And with that, we have our first timeout as the Badgers again with a good-looking possession, but it sputters, and then the field goal attempt gets blocked, so we'll take a break. Today is Celebrate Agriculture Game, brought to you by Cleary Building Corp, Culver's, Case IH, and Compeer Financial. We'll step away from the Rail Transport broadcast booth. A little more than 2.5 minutes gone by. The Badgers and Terps, no score. This is Badger football from Learfield.
Jess Sims is always looking to take her performance to the next level.
Palms facing you, then you're going to switch.
You got this, Jess.
We got this.
And she needs her money to work as hard as she does. That's why she uses U.S. Bank Smartly Checking and Savings, which does exactly that, helping her track her spending and grow her money.
About the mental work.
Together we'll achieve more than any of us could alone. That's the power of Jess, and this is the power of us. Visit usbank.com today to get started. Member FDIC, copyright 2025 U.S. Bank.
From the opening kickoff to the 5th quarter.
The defense comes through again.
This is Badger football from Learfield.
Join the Wisconsin Department of Corrections and make a positive impact on lives across the state. Enjoy an excellent state benefits package and a nationally ranked pension program. The Wisconsin DOC is currently hiring correctional officers with a starting pay of over $33 per hour, plus scheduled increases and plenty of advancement opportunities. Plus, hourly rates increase for those hired for medium and maximum security positions. To learn more and apply, go to wisc.jobs. That's WISC.jobs.
It's Ford Truck Month in the state of Wisconsin, where we tailgate in sub-zero temps, spend our Friday nights at the old fish fry, and rely on the #1 truck brand in Wisconsin to make it happen. Only in Wisconsin, only in a Ford. Time to save big on the trucks that are made for our state. Truck Month starts now.
Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD December 2024.
Fans, see how Alliant Energy is building a strong, resilient energy future today and for generations to come. Learn more at alliantenergy.com/powering
beyond. And life's better with American Family Insurance. That's because their team is always there to protect your dreams. Ian Thomas gets credit for the field goal block. So the Terps take over at their 19-yard line. 1st and 10, 12:24 left in the first quarter. And now the first possession for Malik Washington of the Maryland offense.
Yeah, that's a gut punch because you move the football, you have a big play to Tretch, and you're in position, and you come away with no points. Pendulum swings Maryland's way.
Terps going south to north, right to left as we view it, as Washington will duck under his center. DeJuan Williams is the running back. Washington pulls back, and a deep drop. He's got a big arm pressure from Peterson. They'll check it down, but it's incomplete, a bit low, but catchable. Williams could not gather. And Matt Young over there defensively. He's in there for Preston Zachman. Let's get more on Zachman being out again as we send it down to Patrick.
I think a surprise to a lot of people, but Zachman got hurt last week against Alabama. Ended up finishing the game through that injury. He's got a lower body injury that keeps him out of today. That means Matt Young is in there, and we've talked about it before, but a great story. A Neenah, Wisconsin kid who ended up playing Division III at Bethel, and this is his dream to come back and be able to play in Camp Randall. Now he's making his first career start. Let's hope he excels in that role.
They'll go double wide to the right, pistol formation. With Williams the running back, and a snap to Malik Washington, rolling off to his right, looking, throws right side, and that is caught across the 45-yard line. Octavian Smith rolls to the turf at the 45-yard line of Maryland. So a first down for the Terps.
Just a straight-out rollout, trying to get a wide open space, give him some room to throw it. I thought he would take the under route, took the over. Big play.
Gain of 26 and a first down for Maryland. Receivers either side. Washington under center. Single back offense. Washington will hand off to Williams. Hits the right edge across the 45, and he'll be steered out of bounds by the safety, Austin Brown, near midfield or right at midfield. The gain of a better part of 5. Ball just shy of the 50. Second down and 5+ change.
Yeah, pretty good push there by the right side of Maryland's offense. Allegro was there in position, ended up having to swipe dive at him, was unable to get him down on the ground. That allowed him to pick up 5.
Octavian Smith wide to the right, 2 receivers to the left. Shotgun formation, Washington, who will give off to Williams off the right side. He'll get the first down, driving it inside the 45, down to the 42 of Wisconsin. Tackett Curtis over there defensively with help from Austin Brown. And a gain of 8 and a first down for the Terps.
Yeah, same play. Just a outside zone play to the right. He ended up cutting off of the right tackle. Tackett Curtis was able to corral him, but not till he picked up the first down.
All right, Maryland coming out a little funky here with a couple of offensive linemen out wide. They're 2 tackles. And now they'll go ahead and shift. Here, both teams could show some interesting looks. We've certainly seen it from Jeff Grimes in these first 3 games in his time as the offensive coordinator. Now under center is Washington off the play fake. Deep drop, winds up, throws it deep right down the middle, and it is incomplete, intended for Caleb Webb. Good coverage from Deani Hill as Maryland takes a shot, and it's incomplete. 2nd and 10 at the Wisconsin 42-yard line.
Yeah, they overloaded. They brought their right tackle, Alan Herron, over on the left side, left to tight end, actually playing right tackle, and you're thinking as a defensive coordinator, all right, they're going to run the ball left. We saw Wisconsin do that a little bit last week. Maryland decided to take a shot, one-on-one coverage. Fortunately, he overthrew it.
We're 4.5 minutes in, no score. Dorian Fleming, the tight end, motions left to right, 2 receivers left. Now breaking out of the backfield to his left is DeJuan Williams. Washington back to throw, pumps, throws over the middle, and it's dropped by Octavian Smith at the 40. We've mentioned that has been an issue for Maryland in these first 3 games. They have had numerous drops. Washington came in 62 of his first 100 throws, but it should be more like 72 out of 100. And a couple of drops here early on today. 3rd and 10 now on the Wisconsin 42-yard line. Maryland will come out trips to the left. Jalil Farouk, Octavian Smith, along with Shalik Knotts. Knotts with touchdown receptions in each of the first 3 games for Maryland this season. Shotgun snap. Badgers send 4. Washington checks it down. It's caught. Woo, Dorian Fleming just got tagged by Jameer Latimer. They'll mark at the 40-yard line of Wisconsin, a gain of 2. And that's a catch you feel as Latimer brought it.
The second time we've seen Darrell Peterson beat his man very quickly off the snap, got in Washington's face, forced that ball to throw, and a beautiful job at Latimer of coming down and really bringing the wood, setting up, forcing a punt here for Maryland.
Bryce McPherson on the punt line of scrimmage, the Wisconsin 40, and the pressure is on. The kick is away. Tyrell Henry will let it hit, and it'll fly into the end zone for the touchback. The Badgers will take over at their 20-yard line. So Maryland had a little drive going. The Badgers then bow up and get the offense back on the field. Badger fans, don't miss your shot at a VIP game day experience when Wisconsin battles Ohio State's October 18th. Bid now at experiencesbychoice.com. Go Badgers. And drive on Wisconsin. Check out another winning lineup at badgerlandchevy.com or visit your local Badgerland Chevy dealer, a proud partner of Badger football. For the Rail Transport broadcast booth, 9:40 left in the first quarter. The Badgers in Maryland, no score. This is Badger football from Learfield.
Hey Badgers, ready to one-up your rivals off the field? Abbott and the Big Ten are back with the We Give Blood Drive. By showing up to donate blood, you can help your school win $1 million for student or community health. Score a limited edition home field designed Wisconsin t-shirt, and most importantly, save lives. Go to bigten.org/Abbott to find a donation location and put Wisconsin in the lead. That's bigten.org/Abbott.
It's game day in Wisconsin, and nothing says game day like a Clements brat or hot dog sizzling on the grill. Proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics, Clements brings you authentic, handcrafted flavor that's been a tradition for over 70 years. Whether you're tailgating outside Camp Randall or cheering from home, make every bite a winning play with Clements. Make it memorable with Clements brats and hot dogs. Pick up at your local store today.
For the ultimate sports betting experience, get in the game at Potawatomi Sportsbook. Unleash your inner champion with dozens of betting kiosks, a VIP deck, high-end bar, first-class restaurant, broadcast booth, a 2,000-square-foot video wall, and more. It's a sports fan's paradise, 24/7. Bet above the rest. Only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. Visit the website for more. Must be 21 years old. All bets must be made on site.
UW Athletics is proud to recognize the official products of Camp Randall Stadium. Brew Pub, lots of pizza, Clements brats and hot dogs, Old Dutch potato chips, and Pepsi on Wisconsin. And no judgment, just support. 988 Wisconsin Lifeline is free and confidential with trained counselors available 24/7. Call or text 988 or chat online at 988wisconsin.org. 9:40 left of the first quarter. No score. Billy Edwards, the Badger offense, back out there. Actually, it'll be Danny O'Neill and the Badger offense out there, starting at the 20-yard line, 1st and 10.
And I think one of the things we've seen, you mentioned it a bunch, those intermediate throws. I think what Tressel is going to want to see continue, keep Washington in that pocket. He throws a really good deep ball, but they've dropped some of those. I think finding that touch on those intermediate throws. I think we're going to see some balls bopped up in the air today, opportunities for picks.
Badgers come out, 4 wides, 2 either side. Dylan Jones, the running back. Danny O'Neill, the quarterback, and the handoff. He reads it, keeps it. O'Neill running left across the 25-yard line. And Danny O'Neill up to the 28-yard line. So as Patrick reported, you have, the play sheet is pretty similar, about 80%, but there are some things that, particularly now, are better suited for Danny. He runs for 8. Now Billy Edwards is back in there on 2nd and 2 at the Wisconsin 28.
Yeah, use skill sets. Use the skill sets that you have, and when your quarterback maybe isn't 100%, find different ways. A nice little read option, 8-yard pickup, and now Billy comes in, 2nd and 2.
Jaden Ballard tight to the left. Lance Mason, the tight end, motions left. And here's Edwards back to throw. Rolls to his right. He'll throw it up and away as the pursuit was on, incomplete. It's now 3rd down and 2 for the Badgers at their own 28-yard line.
And there you saw it a little bit. He's coming off the field there. A little hitch in his giddy up when he had to ad-lib and get out of the pocket. Does a nice job. Didn't try to do something heroic. Bounced back out, and now I believe we're changing quarterbacks again.
Yep, Danny O'Neill back in there. And just kind of, they repped. It was, I don't know what the actual percentage was, but both guys got a lot of work in this week. And it's 3rd down and 2 for the Badgers, their own 28-yard line. Jones, the running back,
to the right of the quarterback. Kekahuna in motion. They'll fake the end around, keeping it as O'Neal slips. A tackle gets the first down. He got around Ian Thomas, and that bought O'Neal just enough room to get it up to the 31-yard line. Needed 2, he got 3, and a first down.
Really good read there. The run was fantastic, but you saw Tretch on that little jet end around, and Maryland played that really well. He had to do a little dodging, a little weaving, and he found just enough space there to pick up that first down.
8:30 left in the first quarter. No score as the Badgers will go heavy to the left. Little Wildcat QB, direct snap goes to Dylan Jones, and he gets very little on the play, up to the 32-yard line. Another play that they were repping this week. Little Wildcat action with Jones. O'Neal's still out there. It'll be a gain of 1. Second down and 9 for the Badgers at their 32-yard line.
Really nice job. It was a really good snap, but it had a lot of pepper on it. You had Ryan Corey out there snapping, and a hard snap. It actually looked as if Dylan Jones caught that and was surprised he caught it. And it went off that left side and only picked up 1, but avoided something major happening.
J.P. Benshaw in at right guard now. 2 receivers left, 1 on the right. Shotgun snap O'Neal. Maryland rushing 4, and that's all they'll need as they get to O'Neal. Sidney Stewart, a very good-looking freshman edge player, gets the sack down at the 25-yard line. Good-looking outside linebacker, Sidney Stewart. He gets O'Neal for a loss of 7 to the 25 of Wisconsin, 3rd and 16. Badgers get back on the ball. Slot left, slot right.
Yeah, and that was off of Joe Brunner, our left guard. He just got a soft edge there, was able to finish through and get O'Neal down on the ground.
3rd and 16 for the Badgers at their own 25-yard line. Snap to O'Neal. 4-man rush again. O'Neal throws left side, hangs in the air, intercepted by Husky at midfield to the 40-yard line. Right side 30, 25-20 to the 15, weaves to the 10, down to the 5-yard line. First and goal, Maryland. The ball hung up there, and Jalen Husky with the interception. First and goal for the Terrapins. They'll mark at the 4.
Well, that was a stunt. Beat the center, Ryan Corey, off the edge a little bit. A little leakage off that left side, and Danny O'Neal felt that and decided to take a shot, throw it up, and it was a bad decision, but the pressure by Maryland is what forced that bad decision, and that was as easy of a pick. It was the safety just rolled over, picked it off in front of Tretch, and then did a really nice job of returning it. Luckily, Wisconsin was able to bring him down, and you at least give your defense a fighting chance to hold them to 3 here as they're inside the 5-yard line after that return.
Cam Rice was the Terrapin putting pressure, and Jalen Husky with that 45-yard return on the interception. First and goal for the Terrapins at the 4. Nolan Ray in at running back, and Washington will give it to him up the right hash mark, and he takes it down to the 1-yard line. Tackett Curtis in there to make the stop. And it's second and goal, Maryland at the 1 with 6:40 left in the first quarter. And Malik Washington gets him to the line of scrimmage. Nolan Ray remains the running back. 6'1", 212-pound redshirt sophomore to the right of the quarterback. Washington will read it, pull it, work off the right side, and he is in. Touchdown, Maryland. Malik Washington covers the final yard, so the Terrapins pay off on the turnover, and Maryland is first on the board.
Yeah, they get the ball inside the 4. At first run, just physical downhill. They fake that exact same play, and Washington just holds it, lets that thing read out. Unfortunately, Reiger kind of bit inside. Nobody out on the perimeter, and Washington walked in for the touchdown.
Sean O'Hare is out there for the extra point. So a Wisconsin mistake results in an early touchdown for Maryland. The PAT is good. Only had to cover 4 yards, so now we'll see how Wisconsin comes off the canvas as we will take another break. Much like Badger Athletics, our good friends at Brew Pub Lots of Matzo Pizza strive for excellence and high quality in everything they do, so it's safe to say you're winning when you're eating a Brew Pub Lots of Matzo Pizza, available from your local grocery store. And today's game also brought to you by Cleary Building Corp, built with pride before the Shamrocks apply. Visit clearybuilding.com. For the Rail Transport broadcast booth, 6:22 left in the first quarter. Maryland 7, Wisconsin nothing. This is Badger football from Learfield.
Looking for some delicious new appetizers for watching Badger games at home? Jones Dairy Farm meatballs, bacon, Canadian bacon, Braunschweiger, and all-natural sausage can be worked into so many tasty recipes. Visit jonesdairyfarm.com/recipes to learn how to make cheesy sausage sliders, bacon-wrapped tater tots, creamy Braunschweiger dip, and more. Here's a quick one to try. Just take a bag of Jones all-natural chicken meatballs, drop them in a slow cooker with some buffalo sauce, grab your blue cheese or ranch, and that's it. Cheer on the Badgers with Jones.
If you want to be a running back, there's only one place to go. Running Back U, baby. Right here at Wisconsin, where legendary players and unbeatable records are born. And when you want to defeat cancer, there's only one place to go. UW Health Carbone Cancer Center, where our own unbeatable team takes on cancer like no other hospital. From pioneering new treatments to defeating cancers no one else could. Right here is where the best of the best come together to change the game. UW Health Carbone Cancer Center. Remarkable.
I'm Sawyer. And I'm Shannon. Together, we're Twin Stunts, the only twin motorcycle freestyle show in the world. We are born and raised in Wisconsin, so we want all our fellow cheeseheads to know that even though we clutch it up, hit 12, and drift in our show, we would never do it on the open road. And there's another thing we would never do on the road. Drive drunk. Drive sober, or get pulled over. Together, we can save lives. Learn more at zeroinwisconsin.gov. Wisconsin DOT.
Wisconsin football brought to you by Construction Business Group, operating engineers and contractors teaming up to build Wisconsin together. Learn more at join139.com. Malik Washington with a 1-yard touchdown run as Maryland capitalizes on the Jalen Husky big interception and 45-yard return. 6:22 left in the first quarter. Maryland 7, Wisconsin nothing.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day if we're going to be sitting here. And it felt like, last week down in Alabama, it was, mistakes. You had an OPI early in that game, and you go from manageable 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6, which, whether it's O'Neal or Edwards in there, you feel okay about. You start getting into that 3rd and 15, 16. There's a sack right before that interception. It just makes it really tough for a play caller, especially with the youth that this offensive line has, on for plays that are 3rd and 15, 3rd and 16. And when you do that, you're going to make some mistakes, and these mistakes kill you. And that's what just happened. That's what just transpired in the last 3 or 4 minutes of this game.
Philip Noyes set to kick off. Vinny Anthony, Cade Giacomelli are deep. And here's the run-up. Noyes with the kick in the air. Return chance for Vinny if he wants it. He'll field at the 9. Left side, 10, 15, across the 20, 25-yard line. Anthony across the 30 and is driven down near the 31-yard line of Wisconsin. And that's where the Badgers will begin. Well, they've talked about it throughout the summer and certainly in the training camp where they believe they're better equipped to come off the canvas when they get knocked down. We're going to find out. I mean, they found out on opening night when Billy Edwards went down with the injury, plus all the other injuries, but now you're reeling a little bit. Let's see what kind of answer the Badgers can come up with.
And we've seen Danny O'Neal now. He's made mistakes in the games he's played, and he has bounced back and done some good things. He's going to be asked to do that again here.
He's in there right now. Darion Dupree is the running back. Gene Hilton comes out wide to the left. Knee-high shotgun snap to O'Neal. Time to scan, now drifting to his right, chased by Ian Thomas. O'Neal looking, and he'll throw it away. Incomplete. 2nd and 10 for the Badgers at their own 31.
Yeah, really good protection there. Ryan Corey actually lost his helmet, so he's going to have to come out for a play here. But good protection allowed O'Neal to kind of scan and to see and to look. And wisely, if there's nothing there, you throw it out of bounds, you live for another day.
Kerry Kadonko in at center now. Ryan Coverly back in at right guard. We saw J.P. Benshaw on the last possession. So Kadonko, the center, at least for this play. Chris Brooks slot right. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. On 2nd and 10, reading, keeping. O'Neal throws right side, caught by Lance Mason, and he'll fight his way up to about the 35-yard line. Levain Scruggs, the safety, over on the tackle. Gain of 4, 3rd down and 6 for Wisconsin as Ryan Corey back in there at center for the Badgers.
Just a little RPO action. He pulled it and then had to. Nice job by O'Neal because the defensive end actually got in his face. Did a little sidearm job over there and able to pick up 4 or 5 yards to Mason.
Anthony, Kekahuna, and Mason to the left. Chris Brooks to the right for the Wisconsin 35-yard line. 3rd down and 6. Snap to O'Neal. He's going to run it off the right side across the 35-yard line. Gets swallowed up by Sidney Stewart at the 37. And it's 4th down and 4 as the Badgers will be forced to punt. We have 5:20 left in the first quarter, 7-0 Maryland.
That was just a designed quarterback run right from the jump, and what you hope for there is either a blitz or those linebackers running out of there, because it was a 3rd and 6. That's what you were hoping for. Maryland didn't do that. They stayed in there. One blocked up great, and now we're forced to punt.
Jalil Farouk is deep at the 20-yard line of Maryland. Line of scrimmage, the Wisconsin 37. Snap to Atticus Bertrams. Steps up, and the kick is away. Farouk waits for it. He'll catch at the 18-yard line. Makes one man miss, but is driven down. Nothing really on the return. Owen Arnett busting down there in punt coverage. A 45-yard punt. Just a couple yards on the return as the Terrapins will be starting at their 19-yard line when they get back on offense. Fans, college football season is Modelo season. If you're listening to this right now, it's time for a reward. Reward your full-time fandom with an ice-cold Modelo. Modelo, brewed for full-time Badger fans. And with more than 1,300 slot machines and a 95% average payout, Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison is your hometown big win. Make your next night out a winning one at Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison. From the Rail Transport broadcast booth, 4:43 left in the first quarter. Maryland 7, Wisconsin nothing. This is Badger football from Learfield.
And welcome back to our True Crime Podcast. Our guest today is Sean Cleary.
Wait, what? We are supposed to be doing a commercial about Cleary's storage, egg, and sports facilities.
Great point, Sean. It was a warm summer evening in 1978 when a young man with a hammer...
Whoa, again, not a true crime podcast. I want to talk about Cleary designing the building of your dreams.
In a world where things aren't what they seem.
Okay, give me that. Good grief. Visit ClearyBuilding.com today and experience the Cleary difference.
This is your home for the Badgers.
71 yards. I guess he's okay.
This is Badger football from Learfield.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never, ever become a minivan mom. So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family.
They showcased a sense of love that I never had before. I mean, he's not only my parent, he's like my best friend.
At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Badger fans, you're dedicated to your team, and at Case IH, we're dedicated to designing every tractor, every tool, every piece of equipment with your land management goals in mind. What are you waiting for? Visit your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Badgers, where your home field and huge success awaits. 4:43 left in the first quarter, 7-0 Maryland, and the Terrapins on offense starting at their 19-yard line. Knotson Smith, double wide to the left. Jalil Farouk will break in motion left to right. Pistol formation with DeJuan Williams, the running back. Malik Washington, the quarterback, does a little spin, and a quick pass is dropped by Farouk at the 19-yard line to the far side. So that's 3 drops already for this Maryland offense, 2nd and 10.
And I think this is one of the things, Malik Washington's a really young quarterback, dynamic and talented, but just watching film this week, one of the things you keep seeing is I don't think he's quite figured out that you don't have to fire rifle shots every time. He throws everything so hard. So, yes, they're dropping the football, but he's got to figure that piece of it out yet. That'll be his next step.
Like the Mike Holmgren line to Brett Favre. You want to stop throwing those rocket balls? One of those. On 2nd down, Washington hands off to Williams off the right side. Gets up across the 20-yard line to the 21. On a gain of a couple, Tyrese Fearbree outside linebacker wraps him up. 3rd down and 8 for Maryland.
Yeah, great job by Fearbree of reading that, because that was actually blocked up pretty well. The backside, they had it cut off. Fearbree really did a good job of collapsing down and bringing him down, setting up a long 3rd down.
Well, trying to get into it, urge on the home team here. It has been another bad start Two receivers left, one on the right. From the Maryland 21-yard line, 3rd down, 8 yards to go. Snap to Washington. Badgers bring 4. Pockets tight, left side pass. Caught by Fleming, the tight end, across the 25, and he gets popped out of bounds. You got Jameer Latimer and Ricardo Hallman over there. And they stop Dorian Fleming a couple of yards short of the stick. They mark at the 27 in Maryland territory, and on comes the punt team.
Latimer is fired up today. You can see he is bringing it. That's his second big hit, and that was needed there. Wisconsin showed pressure, walked some guys up, ended up bailing everything out, kept everything underneath, forced the throw, and then the key tackle before that first down marker. Nice job by Latimer getting off the field here.
Bryce McPherson on the punt. Snap good. Pressure light. Kick is away. Tyrell Henry will signal for the fair catch, and he'll gather at the 25-yard line in Wisconsin territory. So that's where the Badgers begin after a 48-yard punt. 3 minutes, 19 seconds left in the first quarter. It is 7-0, Maryland leading Wisconsin. First has been a nice weapon as a puncher coming into this game, averaging nearly 49 yards per for the Terrapins.
Yeah, and right now, Maryland, this thing has started off just how they would hope. They create a turnover. They've moved the football a little bit. They've done some things, and their special teams has been strong. Wisconsin they had the one big play to Tretch right off the jump. And since then, it's been a couple of mistakes, not been able to sustain anything. We need to change that right here.
J.P. Benshaw, the fifth-year senior, back in there at right guard. Pistol formation on 1st and 10. O'Neal takes, handoff up the middle as Darion Dupree across the 30-yard line. Drags a linebacker up to the 35 at a first down. Zahir Mathis was hanging on for dear life. Good, strong run. A gain of 10 and a first down at the Wisconsin 35.
Nice job by the young fella at right tackle. Mandel did a beautiful job of locking his guy down. Then just good push, really nice run by Dupree. Kept his pads down, was patient, and finished through contact.
Dupree stays in there to the right of Danny O'Neal. DeKel Crowdis in there at receiver, and they'll give it to Crowdis. A little end around, running right, 35-40, 45-yard line. Crowdis up near midfield. Messiah Delhomme on the stop at the midfield stripe, and a gain of 15 and a first down for Wisconsin. Crowdis, the transfer, was at Hawaii last season, 3 years at Kentucky. And the receiver gets Wisconsin a first down.
Nice. We've seen that play have a lot of success. Last week, Alabama, not as much. That beautifully done.
And they put 4 offensive linemen out wide to the right. Ryan Corey flanked by the tight end and the fullback. In motion goes Dylan Jones running left, and he will break a tackle across the 50 to the 45, and he is popped out of bounds by Jalen Husky at the 43-yard line. So Jeff Grimes gets a little funky with the formation, a gain of 7, and it's 2nd down and 3 for Wisconsin.
You think all those linemen out to the right, maybe a screen pass, something quick, you get that big convoy. They go the opposite way, and then a beautiful job there of stiff-arming Carlton Smith, their linebacker. That allowed him to pick up 7 yards on first down.
1:43 left in the first quarter, 7-0 Maryland. Wildcat QB Dylan Jones, and the snap sails by him inside the 35. Jones trying to scoop it up, and he does. Cam Rice is on him, and they go the wrong way, all the way back near their 33-yard line. They need the Maryland 40. It is 3rd and long.
Well, and I said this earlier, the snap, he's got a lot of pop on that snap. That snap was high, and it was high off of his left shoulder. A good job of chasing it down. I'm sitting here, just jump on the ball. Don't try and scoop it. Fortunately, Wisconsin was able to pick it up, but that was a big blow on 2nd down.
3rd down and 26. Dylan Jones in motion to the right. O'Neal to throw. Checks it down over the middle. Caught by Kekahuna. 35 to the 40. Cutting left across the 45. And Dylan Fontes, a defensive end, will catch up to Kekahuna and take it to the turf at the 47-yard line of Wisconsin. And at 4th and 13, the Badgers are punting again with 38 seconds left in the first quarter.
Well, this has kind of been what we've seen way too much of. You get a little something going. You got the linemen all to the right, a nice run. You get some jet sweep. You get a little end around. You start feeling something, and then you make a critical mistake. And as Chile used to always tell us, not a lot of plays in the playbook. 3rd and 25.
Turns into 4th and 13. The snap to Atticus Bertram's that is blocked by Delhomme. Messiah Delhomme blocks the punt. It goes out of bounds inside the 30 of Wisconsin. And there is nothing going right here for the Badgers in the first 15 minutes. 1st and 10 Maryland at the Wisconsin 28-yard line with 11 seconds left in the opening quarter. And Messiah Delhomme came in scot-free to block that punt.
Yeah, there were two guys. I think two cats had an opportunity to block that. You're talking about special teams miscues now, a blocked field goal and a blocked punt. You could not look at this from Maryland's standpoint. It couldn't be starting better. Though these are mistakes that will get your butt beat every week if you continue to do it.
On the Wisconsin 28, 1st and 10, Nolan Ray in there at running back. DJ Samuels into the backfield now, working as a fullback. Knots out wide to the right, Octavian Smith to the left, snap to Washington, a play fake looking, checks it down, caught by the fullback inside the 30 to the 26-yard line, DJ Samuels in there, and he is stopped at the 27 of Wisconsin, a gain of just 1, and the first quarter has come to an end.
Thank goodness.
No kidding. Fans score a lifetime of memories by planning your Star of the North getaway at Explore Minnesota. Order your travel guide today at exploreminnesota.com. From the Rail Transport broadcast booth at the end of 1, Maryland 7, Wisconsin nothing. This is Badger football from Learfield.
Preparation. It's the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Badgers on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Badger Pride, powered locally.
Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison, home of the Big Win and Madison Casino Guru, is transforming guests into winners. Making an ordinary day into a big win day is easy with a 95% average payout. And with over 140 daily jackpots, the number of people winning has never been bigger. So what are you waiting for? Escape to Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison for your next big win. Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison.
Get the best quality Dutch Boy paints for your painting project at Menards. Max Bond Plus exterior paint and primer is designed to stand strong against weather extremes. It provides max adhesion, hide, and performance while repelling rain in just 90 minutes after application. And with Dutch Boy's high-performing paints that last, transforming your home has never been easier. Save big money on Dutch Boy paints and head into Menards to get your paint project started today.
Save big money at Menards.
Back with you at Camp Randall Stadium. Mike Heller with a scoreboard update. Maryland does lead Wisconsin 7-0 on the strength of a blocked field goal and now a blocked punt. Maryland with the ball at the Badgers 27. One Big Ten game played last night. Iowa and Rutgers were tied at 21 into the fourth. Iowa scored 17 fourth quarter points and wins 38-28. Other Big Ten games will be later today. Oregon State at Oregon, that's called the Civil War, and a big one later at 6:30 with number 9 Illinois at 19 Indiana. That's a 6:30 kick. One top 25 game, Matt. That's Texas Tech leading at Utah 7-0 late in the first.
Yeah, game that kicked off 10 a.m. local time. That's the Power TV. Kyle Winningham will have them ready, though, out there at Utah.
Do they do that for radio?
Power
of radio or no?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
Well, if they do, it would be news to me. Let's put it that way. Wisconsin football brought to you by Rail Transport. For every mile of your truck driving career, learn more at rail.jobs. We'll begin the second quarter, 7-0 Maryland. Mike Heller just recapped it. A blocked field goal, now a blocked punt, and then an interception resulting in a 4-yard touchdown drive in air quotes. So Wisconsin doing the kind of things that you can't, not only are you not going to beat Alabama, you're not going to beat anybody.
You have to understand kind of where you're at as a football team. And, you know, when we were talking about keys to the game, the defense needs to lead this team right now. And unfortunately, the offense and special teams is not even allowing that to happen. So the defense is hanging in there. They've been put in some really tough spots. And unfortunately, this is another tough one after that block punt.
It'll be a 2nd and 9 Maryland at the Wisconsin 28-yard line. Terrapins going left to right, north to south at Camp Randall Stadium. Pistol formation, Nolan Ray the running back, and a play fake. Washington fires to the right, and that's caught by Octavian Smith inside the 20-yard line of Wisconsin, brought down by Ricardo Hallman. They'll mark at the 17 of the Badgers, and that'll be a first down for Maryland.
I actually think Malik Washington loves those throws more than the easy like screen passes and things like that. That was far hash, far sideline, and he drilled it to him.
Yeah, Washington, certainly no one questions the arm strength, no doubt about that. Double tight in alignment, single back offense, pulling back from center. Washington, hands to Ray off the left edge, got outside of Aaron Witt. He'll be pushed out of bounds by the cornerback Ricardo Hallman inside the 10. They'll mark at the 9-yard line. And a second down coming up for Maryland.
Yeah, Aaron Witt has to keep contained there. I don't know if he got held, but he was unable to get out there, and Rico ended up shoving him out, but way too much on first down.
2nd and 4, Maryland at the Wisconsin 9. Ray stays in there. Octavian Smith, Shalik Knox out to the right. Octavian Smith to the left. Washington gets the snap, and the pass is batted away. It looked like J.V.R. Suggs got a hand up there and knocked the pass away. It'll be 3rd down and 4, Maryland at the Wisconsin 9.
Yeah, again, one of those intermediate routes there. Just he pulled it down, and the ball ends up getting batted up in the air. Suggs does a nice job of getting his hands up, batting it up into the air, and at that point now you're just hoping, let's find a way to get that in to somebody wearing Cardinal. Unfortunately, it fell to the turf.
Maryland 0 for 2 in the first quarter on 3rd down. It's 3rd and 4 here at the Badgers' 9-yard line. Farouk and Smith to the left. Shalik Knox to the right. Farouk in motion left to right on 3rd and 4. Snap to Washington. Has some time. Throws left side end zone. Caught. Touchdown Maryland. Shalik Knox with his 4th touchdown catch of the season. The coverage was from Hallman, as Maryland again capitalizes, this time on a blocked punt. Not a lot of ground to cover. They get it done. It's 13-0, the Terrapins.
And he brings out the Justin Jefferson. What is that? The gritty. He gritties on it. Did a little too small to Ricardo Hallman. And you expect Rico is our best defensive back. You need him to shut that play down. Unfortunately, not able to. And now Wisconsin falls behind by 2 touchdowns.
Knox with touchdown catches in each of the first 4 games this season. Sean O'Hare with the extra point, and it is good. So a monster test facing the Badgers now on the home field. They find themselves down 14 early in the second quarter. Menards is a proud sponsor of Wisconsin Athletics. Reminds everyone to save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards. We will hold it here, I believe. 13:47 left in the second quarter. Maryland 14, Wisconsin nothing.
And this is where you lean on your veteran players. I know, just talking to folks all throughout the week, the youth on the offensive line and some of the young players, your veteran players, this is when you have leadership councils and captains. And we saw a little bit of that last week with Vinny Anthony making a play when it was really down. This is the time you need a guy to elevate and make a play, because this team needs a spark in a big way.
Philip Noyes, a redshirt freshman, handles the kickoff duties for Maryland. And the kick in the air. Vinny Anthony creeps up on it, catches at the 5, right side 10, 15 across the 20, Anthony across the 25, and he'll be rolled to the turf at about the 26-yard line, and that's where the Badgers will begin. Let's get an update on Billy Edwards as we check in with Patrick.
There's no new injury to Billy Edwards. He hasn't even been hit in this game, but we haven't seen him since that time he got flushed out of the pocket and had to throw it away. You could tell that maybe just the mobility isn't where they need it to be for him to play in this game. He spent a lot of time on the exercise bike trying to stay loose. Now he's just pacing the sidelines, trying to do what he can from a leadership role to help Danny O'Neal and help this offense get started.
There's no secret. He desperately wanted to play in this game against his former team. Luke Fickell on his radio show this week talking about, among other things, they need Billy to be completely honest to how he felt after the week of practices. From the 26 of Wisconsin, 1st and 10. And a toss fake right. O'Neal shuffles left, looking, still looks. One pump, he'll throw it away. And a penalty marker flies as Trey Reddick, the linebacker, with a laid head. Boy, that's a big mistake for Maryland. Everything going its way. And it appears as though the Terps have just gift-wrapped a 15-yard penalty.
Come on.
Well,
come on.
They're still
figuring it out.
Yeah. About a minute and a half gone by, second quarter. Here's the call.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Number 3 of the defense. 15-yard penalty with an automatic first down. Number 56, helmet came off through play, must go out for 1 down.
Going back to the penalty, Trey Reddick, really good linebacker. He and Daniel Wingate, it's a pretty good linebacking tandem, but a mistake there. And the 56 was Joe Brunner, so J.P. Benshaw, that swing guard, if you will. We've seen him on the right side. Now he will work at left guard for at least this play.
Got a little replay. Is it a little helmet to helmet, maybe?
Yeah, good catch. They didn't tell us about it, but that would certainly be a good guess. That's what they're looking at. 13:34 left in the first half. It is 14-0 Maryland. The penalty gives the Badgers a first down at their own 41-yard line.
Yeah, and what a absolute gift, because that a first down play, nothing there. Give Danny credit. He found his way and got rid of the football, didn't try to force something, and then took the hit, just completely unnecessary, and is able to get 15 and hopefully maybe give a little spark. Sometimes you take the sparks where you can get them. Maryland just handed them.
Waiting to see. Well, here comes the call.
There is no penalty for targeting.
I don't know.
Well, it could have been.
Kind of looked like it from
yeah.
up here.
All right, there with the helmet, you got
and
Danny
then he
O'Neal.
taunted a little bit too. Like what a dumb thank you, but what a dumb play.
Yeah. Like you got Danny on the side of the helmet there, but yeah, first down for the Badgers at their 41-yard line. Kahuna, Brooks, and Anthony will come out trips to the left. Darion Dupree remains in there at running back to the left of the QB. Badgers go right to left, south to north here in the second quarter. Ryan Corey sends it back to O'Neal. Option left. The toss to Dupree, and he'll take it up to the 45-yard line. Jalen Husky, the safety, up to make the tackle. On a gain of 4, second down and 6 for the Badgers.
Good play design there and executed pretty well. Riley Malma was able to get out into space and make a block. Tretch tried to hold on, couldn't quite cover his man up, and that could have been a much bigger play. That again is kind of one of the issues. You're just 1 or 2 guys on an edge, not able to square up. You take what could have been a 10-yard run into a 4.
Joe Brunner back in there at left guard, by the way. Shotgun snap. O'Neal on second down and 6. Danny throws right side, hangs in the air, and it's incomplete. Kahuna went up for it, couldn't gather. Husky over there on the coverage, and a penalty marker is down at the line of scrimmage. So I'm going to go ahead and sort this out.
Feels like that flag looks like another roughing potentially, and then the other one, unfortunately, I think might be a hold. Good protection, pretty good coverage too. You forcing Danny into throwing a tight one.
Here's the call.
Maybe.
Kind of deliberate here.
There are fouls by both teams, and they will be enforced. Personal foul, hands to the face, for 57 of the defense. After the play, unnecessary roughness. The offense. That 15-yard penalty will be also enforced. It will be 1st and 10 for Wisconsin.
Bryce Jenkins, a defensive lineman, the guilty party. They didn't ID the guilty Badger, but officiating crew is going to be getting its steps in here, marking off the penalties. We have 12:56 left in the first half. 14-0 Maryland.
Couldn't they have just left the ball where it was? What are they doing?
Like I said, getting their steps in.
Okay. Got that little pedometer deal on. He wants to make sure get that extra 40 or 50 steps. All right. Whatever.
Oh, boy. Can't make it up. First down and 10 for the Badgers at their own 45-yard line. Did you get your steps in today?
Not as many as I need.
Yeah.
Not yet. Long day ahead of us.
Long way to go. A lot of ball game left. Here's on first down, O'Neal under siege. Gets away from one, gets away from two, but that's all he's going to get away from as he gets hammered down inside the 40-yard line. They'll mark at the 39. That was Daniel Wingate getting there for a loss of 6. Well, I tell you, Danny has taken some shots here in the early portion of this season. Second down and 16 for Wisconsin.
Actually, Dupree did a really good job. I thought he was going to get drilled on the first one. He was able to avoid it, and I don't know if it ended up being good that he avoided it, because he ended up taking a big shot at the end of this, felt like by the entire Maryland team.
Ballard and Kekahuna out to the right. Anthony to the left on second down. Reading, keeping O'Neal, throws over the middle, caught by Anthony across midfield. Breaks one tackle inside the 45. Brought down by Reddick at the 42 of Maryland. First down, Wisconsin, as the Badgers back into Terrapins territory.
Really good RPO there. You can see the right side, Wisconsin's offensive line, hard zone fake to the right, and then a slant behind Vinny Anthony. O'Neal does a good job of pulling it and getting rid of it quick enough so that there's not linemen downfield, and then Vinny Anthony, good job of picking up a couple extra yards.
Gain of 19 to the 42 of Maryland. Trips to the left on first down. O'Neal will give it to Dupree. Got away from Reddick, and that bought him a hard yard. Wingate over there to grab him. Second down and 9 for Wisconsin. 11:30 left in the half.
Just way too much penetration right off of our center. In the backfield, you have to allow your running back to get a couple of steps there. He had a stop after his first step and kind of stop his feet. And once that happens, the defense wins that rep. And unfortunately, that's what occurred there from that run.
Chris Brooks, Vinny Anthony out double wide to the right, heavy on the right, as a little toss from Cade Giacomelli to O'Neal, and not buying it is the Maryland defense. Dylan Fontes spills the quarterback at the 50, and it's third down and 18 for Wisconsin. So again, this time a direct snap to Cade Giacomelli, who tossed it to O'Neal. And that play had no chance.
Yeah, never had any chance. And I'm not sure, typically when you do that, you want to kind of fool people. That really didn't fool much, and pressure came right off of the left side of Wisconsin's offensive line, got right in O'Neal's face right away. That play, again, had no chance from the start.
Two receivers right, Jaden Ballard to the left, back to pass O'Neal, over the middle, incomplete, and the intended receiver, I guess, was Lance Mason. There was nothing there. And on fourth down, the Badgers are forced to punt, down 14-0 with 10:26 left in the first half.
He tried to run a tight end middle screen there to Mason. It had it set up, but pressure got there, and actually really fortunate that ball fell to the ground because it went further down the field than I think everybody wanted. You can't draw up those last three plays. That was just really poorly executed on all three.
Line of scrimmage, the 50. Atticus Bertram's on the punt. No pressure. The kick is away. Drifting to his left is Farouk. Lets it hit. It does not check up. It'll go into the end zone for a touchback. So we'll take a break. At U.S. Bank, we team together to support our customers and our community. Stop by your local U.S. Bank branch today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender. Member FDIC. For the Rail Transport broadcast booth, 10:17 left in the first half. Maryland 14, Wisconsin nothing. Back in a moment. This is Badger football from Learfield.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on the Packers. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
From Dane to Bull.
He's gone!
And Gordon to Taylor.
Touchdown, Wisconsin!
This is Badger football from Learfield.
My mom has decided to learn to paint, and she's good.
My dad's now into creative cuisine, and I've already put on 6 pounds.
Learning new things comes with age.
My mom, she started forgetting my name and what we're talking about.
Forgetting well-known things doesn't. Memory loss may be a sign of Alzheimer's disease. Early detection gives you and your loved one time to plan for the future. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
When I smoke weed, I get lost in the music. I like to isolate each instrument. The rhythmic bass, The harmonies on the piano, sticky melody.
Hey, careful, babe. There's someone crossing the street.
Sorry, I didn't see him there.
If you feel different, you drive different. Don't drive high. It's dangerous and illegal everywhere. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The Wisconsin Department of Transportation reminds you to always drive sober. Zero in Wisconsin. Together we can save lives. Learn more at zeroinwisconsin.gov. Before we continue, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10 for an ID. This is Badger football from Learfield. Ten minutes, 17 seconds left in the first half. It is 14-0 Maryland. The Terps beginning at their 20-yard line. And if ever there was a time the defense needed to help the offense, this is it. Out of the pistol, DeJuan Williams is the running back. Michael Garner in there on the defensive front for Wisconsin. Dylan Jones in the interior. Snap to Washington, hands off to Williams off the left side. Matt Young is there. Aaron Witt will help finish. Gain of maybe a couple. 2nd down and 8 for the Terps.
Love that. Love seeing Matt Young coming downhill and filling that hole, bringing it. No, really very minimal gain there. Nice job by Young.
Under 10 minutes left in the half. 2nd down and 8 for the Terrapins, their own 22-yard line. Williams remains a running back, lines up to the left of the QB. Malik Washington, 2 receivers right, 1 on the left. On 2nd down, Washington looks to throw. Quick pass to the left, caught by Octavian Smith, and he'll be wrestled out of bounds by Emilio Agard, the redshirt freshman corner from Philadelphia, at the 29-yard line of the far side. So it's 3rd and 1 now for Maryland.
But he is just so much more comfortable throwing to the boundary than he is into the middle of the field, and that, obviously the coaches know that as well. There's only so much you can do, but that's where we'd like to force Washington to throw the football.
See if the Badgers can come up big here on 3rd and 1. Hand off Williams, 1st down and more. 35 up across the 40-yard line, pulled down by Christian Allegro at the 41. A gain of 12 and a 1st down for Maryland.
That was way too easy there. Off of the left tackle, there was really nobody from Wisconsin that had that gap filled, and then Allegro was able to bounce out there, but way too late for them to pick up a 1st down.
8:55 left in the half, 14-0 Maryland on 1st and 10. Washington, handoff. Williams wrapped up by Allegro. Short gain. They'll give him a yard to the 42-yard line. 2nd down and 9 for the Terrapins.
Yeah, really good recognition there by Christian, is kind of seeing what was going on. It was a little bit of a cross dog with Tackett Curtis where they ended up going around. Allegro was able to get into the backfield and make a play.
3 receivers right, 1 on the left from the Maryland 42-yard line. It's 2nd down and 9. Washington checks out the Wisconsin defense, gets the snap, throws left side. It's dropped by Shalik Knotts. Agard over there defensively in coverage, but again, one right there in the midst and not gathered. 3rd and 9 Maryland. At the 42-yard line.
That one wasn't on Washington. He did not fire that one in there. That was just a flat-out drop. Again, middle of the field, but that's where you want to continue to force him to throw the football.
Octavian Smith in motion left to right. 3 receivers that side of the formation. Washington be checking off here. Play clock is at 10. We'll talk about how cool and calm Washington is, even as a true freshman. Play clock at 3, at 2. Here's the snap. Badgers send 4. Washington flush to his right. Looking, throws. It's incomplete. Wanted Knotts across midfield. Incomplete pass. Getting in there and providing some heat was the true freshman linebacker Mason Posa. It is 4th down and 9 for the Terrapins at their own 42.
Yeah, really nicely designed play there. I think it was Cheeks off of the end, forced Washington to flush out, and then Wisconsin looped Posa out to kind of contain and forcing him to the boundary. And whoop.
And contact up front as Mason Reiger makes contact up front. We'll see if he was drawn that way.
I don't believe so.
I don't think he was either. It was
number 42, the defense, making contact for the snap. 5-yard penalty. Still 4th down.
Yeah, I beg your pardon. Tyler Janzi was there, not Mason Riger. So it's 4th and 4.
And that doesn't seem like a big thing, but now you see instead of the punt return unit, now you go back to safe D. You bring back most of your defense, and it maybe limits what you can do on a punt return.
McPherson on the punt. Line of scrimmage, the 47 of Maryland. Tyrell Henry deep at the Wisconsin 10. Snap to McPherson, and the kick is away. And a fair catch signaled by Henry, and he'll make it at the 10-yard line of Wisconsin. So again, not great field position. Well done on the punt. 43 yards, no return. Listen to all things college sports, including live games and talk on Sirius XM College Sports Radio, Channel 84, and streaming on the Sirius XM app. We have 8:07 left in the first half of play. It is 14-0 Maryland leading Wisconsin, and I believe we will take a break. We will. Back in a moment. This is Badger football from Learfield.
This Badger season is guaranteed to be jam-packed with big hits, the timely blitz, and the tight window fits. Touchdown! So you need a pizza that'll be there for all the big moments. You need a Brewpub Lotsa Matza Pizza. As a proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics, Brewpub pizzas are built to win and made with the hungry in mind. Produced right here in Wisconsin, Brewpub pizzas are a taste of home and loaded with award-winning Wisconsin mozzarella cheese. So sack one today from your local retailer and make game day memorable.
Badger fans, no matter how you spend your football Saturdays, it's always better with family, friends, and Chevrolet. Choose from award-winning SUVs like Equinox, blending style and versatility with a roomy interior that's loaded with intuitive tech and first-class comfort. Or Equinox EV, known for its affordability and capability, plus excellent range and remarkable performance. Visit BadgerlandChevy.com or see your Badgerland Chevy dealer, a proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics.
You face a lot of challenges every day. Getting the right rental equipment for the job shouldn't be one of them. At Fabic Rents, we're built to support all your rental needs. We're ready when you are with tools and equipment, expert advice, and exceptional service wherever the job may take you. Our job at Fabic Rents is to make your job easier. Get what you need when you need it. Are you ready to get started? Find out how easy it is today. Visit FabicRents.com. That's FabicRents.com. Fabic Rents. Ready when you are.
.07 left in the first half. It is 14-0 Maryland leading Wisconsin. As the Badgers will be starting at their 10-yard line as play resumes. Danny O'Neill in there at quarterback. Saw a little bit of Billy Edwards, just a handful of plays, but otherwise it has been Danny's show. And to say the least, this offense continues to struggle mightily. Not that Maryland's lighting it up offensively. It's been a matter of taking advantage of short fields for the Terps. 96 yards of offense for the Badgers, 15 on the ground, not quite 1 yard per rush. Now, sack yardage in college is factored into that. And there's been the stat sheet was showing 2, but it's actually been 3 times that Wisconsin has been sacked. So they'll come out trips to the left. Tyrell Henry, Vinny Anthony, Jaden Ballard, pistol formation. Dylan Jones, the running back, and O'Neill will give it to him. Jones over the left side, and Wingate is there. Wraps him up by the hips and takes him to the turf at about the 13-yard line on a gain of 3. 2nd down and 7 for Wisconsin.
Yeah, a little gap scheme there. You pulled right guard Benchall, did a nice job of kind of kicking around, and then Lance Mason was able to get over there, kick it up, and picked up 3 or 4 yards on first down.
2nd down and 7. Anthony in motion, and a penalty markers fly pre-snap as that snap back to O'Neill caught him by surprise. Danny did well just to knock it down, but the play is blown dead anyway.
Legal snap, number 50 of the offense. 5-yard penalty, still 2nd down.
So make it 2nd and 12 for the Badgers at their own 8-yard line. 7:36 left of the break, 14-0 Maryland.
Not making excuses. I think center is the toughest spot, especially for a young player to play. You have a lot of things going on in your head. You want those older guys to kind of step up and help with some of the calls. Take as much off of Corey as you can.
On 2nd down, Play fake O'Neal looking, stands in his own end zone, rolls off to his right. He will throw it up and away, incomplete. And it's 3rd and 12 of the Badgers at their own 8. He was certainly outside the pocket. That was what you heard in the background. And the throwaway was beyond the line of scrimmage, so no grounding.
Yeah,
that's a danger zone in the end zone, by the way. Grounding call there is a safety. And Dylan Jones favoring his left leg, being escorted to the Wisconsin sideline.
Yeah, it looked like he went flying out trying to throw a block and help spring some things and let O'Neal get outside of that pocket. Hopefully he's going to be all right.
That means Darion Dupree is in there, and he comes out of the huddle, lines up wide to the left. Chris Brooks over there, 3 receivers to the right, and now Dupree will motion into the backfield. 3rd down and 12 for the Badgers, their own 8-yard line. And faking the end around, O'Neal keeps it across the 15, and he is cut down by Jalen Husky at the 18-yard line. So they show again that little jet sweep action, and then O'Neal keeps it. He's stopped at the 19, so that's a yard short of the line to gain. And Atticus Bertrams, who's been way too busy in this first half, is on to punt again.
Yeah, 3rd and 12, 3rd and 14. You get a little something going. You have a false start, you have a penalty, you have a sack, you have a bad snap, and at this point our offense has to be perfect as it is. You can't continue to ask to overcome these things.
Snap to Bertrams, pressure light, kick is away. Jalil Farouk drifting to his left, and he gets hit early. The ball hits inside the 30-yard line. It's killed by Jaden Ballard, but kick catch interference here is this Wisconsin Badgers team cannot get out of its own way.
So you can look at this, and there was a game, what was it, 2 games ago? It was a clean game, no penalties. I feel like everybody is pressing. You just feel this is typically a disciplined football team. Everybody so badly wants to make a play, and when you do that, you get out of character, and we've seen way too many penalties in this first half.
Jaden Ballard got there early and was definitely not blocked into him or anything like that. The officials talking about it, and while they discuss, we'll take a. Well, actually, we're going to hold it here with 6:24 left in the first half. It is 14-0 Maryland leading Wisconsin. I was just going to ask you that, Tausch. Different coaches will say, I don't believe in pressing. It really is semantics. You're not concentrating, but you got a team right now that's desperately trying to make a play, and that's what you're talking about here with the pressing, if you want to use that term or not. Just mistakes that are from a team that is just desperately trying to make something happen.
Ooh.
They got a penalty here against Maryland.
We got the ball.
And
I don't know how.
I have absolutely no idea.
Somebody explain it to us.
Yeah, we couldn't. The ref mic wasn't working because what is working here today? The answer to that is nothing. But through it all, the Badgers will start at the Maryland 30.
You know who else wants an explanation?
Yeah, Mike Loxley. Yeah,
Let's go. This is what we needed.
The touching.
They're claiming the ball went off of Farouk, but Jaden Ballard got there early, and they're going to review this. This is. They were saying that the ball went off of the punt return man Jalil Farouk, but Jaden Ballard got there and made contact early on Farouk.
That would be like if you jumped off sides and you you stripped the fumble, and you'd say, well, yeah, no, I sacked it, but it was illegal contact. I would love for us to say this is going to be our ball. Hopefully it is.
I'm not even convinced that ball touched him.
Yeah. Normally I laugh. I love seeing the opposing coach getting all fired up. He's got he can't believe what the heck is going on.
I try to make it a point to not be like fanboy announcer about officials, but we saw them mark off penalties that they didn't have to go through all of that. And now we're seeing this.
So
this seems like a no-brainer here.
Maybe they're saying Ricardo Cooper blocked Ballard into it. I don't see it that way.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
hope they do. I mean, I will be a homer. I'll say I hope that did happen, but that's not how I saw it. I thought it was kind of a careless penalty.
Yeah, here we go.
Reviewing the play, the ball was not touched by the receiving team. The ball was illegally touched by the kicking team. It will be 1st and 10 for Maryland at the 30-yard line.
So no penalty.
So they're not calling it on Ballard.
Yeah,
which
they're claiming that Ballard was blocked into him, which he wasn't.
No.
But okay, well that saves Wisconsin some yards here. The Terps will start at their 30-yard line with 6:24 left in the first half. 14-0 Maryland leading Wisconsin. As we said, it seemed pretty clear the ball did not touch the return man, so they reviewed that part of it. So after all of that,
that's one of those whatever. Let's move it along. None of that made any sense.
Double wide to the right. 1st and 10 Maryland from its own 30-yard line. Washington back to throw, looking, fires to the right. Smith, a diving catch near midfield. 1st down Maryland as Octavian Smith lays out and grabs it at the 49-yard line on a gain of 19.
Yeah, beautiful throw. Just a wheel route and beat Ricardo Hallman pretty easily. And I'll give Washington credit. That thing was a laser and right in stride to Smith.
They get back on the ball. 2 receivers left. Caleb Webb, a receiver out to the right. On 1st and 10, Washington to throw. 4-man rush, getting away from Cheeks and drops it off. It goes behind Nolan Ray, incomplete at the 43-yard line of Wisconsin. Christian Allegro there in coverage. 2nd and 10 Maryland from its own 49-yard line with 5:48 left in the half.
Yeah, Sebastian Cheeks did a great job coming off of the left tackle. A little bull stab and then was able to get a soft edge, put a lot of pressure on Washington. And again, forced him to throw the ball back across his body into the middle of the field. We're going to get some opportunities for interceptions if we can continue to force that throw.
2 receivers left, 1 on the right. Pistol formation. Leon Houghton in there at tight end for Maryland. Here's a handoff to Ray off the right edge across midfield, and running him down is the linebacker Tackett Curtis near the 45 of Wisconsin. Looks like they'll mark at the 46. So that'll make it 3rd and 5 for the Terrapins with 5.5 minutes left in the second quarter. It is 14-0 Maryland.
They're getting a lot of push on these outside zones, and that Mason Reiger did a good job of containing and bringing it back in. There was no fill by Wisconsin's linebackers to make that play earlier.
Trips to the left. Ray, the running back. On the Wisconsin 46-yard line. Maryland 2 out of 5 on 3rd down so far today. 5:09 left in the first half. Snap to Washington. Looking, throws left seam, and the catch is made. Caleb Webb in front of Hallman inside the 30. Down near the 27 of Wisconsin. A 3rd down conversion again for Maryland. 1st and 10 of the Badgers, 27.
Really athletic catch. That was a high throw. And again, you said it in front of Rico. We've seen that more often this year than we've seen in the past.
Webb, a big target, 6'5". Redshirt junior. And Nolan Ray, running back, motions out wide to the left. Empty backfield. Shotgun snap, Washington. He'll throw down the middle. It is incomplete. Wanted his tight end, Leon Houghton. They were going for the end zone. Tackett Curtis in coverage. 2nd and 10 Maryland at the Badger 27. 4:30 left in the first half. 14-0 Maryland. And the Terps are threatening for more. Webb will come out wide to the left. Octavian Smith to the right. Pistol formation. Couple of tight ends lining up on the right side for Maryland. Play clock is at 5. Washington gets the snap. He'll give it to Nolan Ray, and right there to greet him is Darrell Peterson behind the line of scrimmage. The senior out of Akron, Ohio, with a big play. A tackle for loss. They'll mark at the 31 of the Badgers. A loss of 4. It's 3rd and 14.
Darrell Peterson has done, that is at least the 3rd time that I've seen him in the backfield, either getting after the quarterback or in that case, got Ray to the ground in a big, it needed a stop here. Now setting up a long 3rd down. DP, he is definitely bringing energy today.
Nicholas Clayton in at outside linebacker. Mason Posa, one of the inside backers, on the Wisconsin 31-yard line. 3rd down and 14 for the Maryland Terrapins. Two receivers right, one on the left. Washington calls for the ball, gets the snap, four-man rush. Right side pass, almost picked off. Oh, that was a rope. Ricardo Hallman got his hands on it, couldn't pull it in. It's 4th down and 14. As Maryland will send on Sean O'Hare and the field goal team.
Yeah, that was just a slant, and Rico was playing behind him in a trail technique. They had a little linebacker sink down, and just a really errant throw. And Rico, if he could have corralled that, would have been able to take it to the house.
49-yard field goal try. Well, the redshirt freshman O'Hare, who's 8 of 9 this season, just a little bit left to center. Here's the snap, placement made. Kick is in the air, and it is good. Sean O'Hare pops it through, and Maryland now leads by 17. We'll take a break with 3:38 left in the first half. Maryland 17, Wisconsin nothing. Back in 1 minute. This is Badger football from Learfield.
Hey Badger fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Wisconsin football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Wisconsin Badgers. Let's go Badgers! SeatGeek.
Join the Wisconsin Department of Corrections and make a positive impact on lives across the state. Enjoy an excellent state benefits package and a nationally ranked pension program. The Wisconsin DOC is hiring probation and parole agents with a starting pay of $22 per hour plus scheduled increases, a Monday through Friday schedule, and advancement opportunities. To learn more and to apply, go to wisc.jobs. That's WISC.jobs.
Sean O'Hare with a 49-yard field goal. 3:38 left in the first half. Maryland 17, Wisconsin nothing. The Terps with 142 yards of offense, 110 for Wisconsin, but it's been about the short field. Covered 4 yards after an interception. Malik Washington running it in from a yard out, a blocked punt. And Maryland only has to cover 28 yards to get a Malik Washington to Shalik Knott's touchdown. And then they cover all of 39 yards, leading to the Sean O'Hare 49-yard field goal. So it's not like they've had to do a ton, but the Badgers offensively can't get out of their own way, and special teams much the same.
Well, I like this. Hey, we need a little positive mojo in this place. Women's hockey national champs. Get them out here. Let's get a little something brewing here. We need some positive mojo around here.
With one of the, I think will go down in history. Those rings are big.
Yes.
One of the most famous lines I think we'll ever hear now moving forward. Mark Johnson, the championship game. Who wants it? Who wants it? The penalty shot, the forced overtime against Ohio State. And the Badgers went on to win the national championship in overtime.
Who wants it here? Because right now, this football team needs someone to provide some type of spark. That really good play by DP, making that play in the backfield and forcing a long field goal. And that's where you were kind of hoping, can we get a block? Can we? Maryland has made the plays. We have not. And that's why the score is 17-0 with 3:38 to go in the first half.
Phillip Noyes to kick off in the air. Vinny Anthony camps under it. He'll catch at the goal line. Here he comes to the 5, to the 10, 15. Anthony the 20. Anthony up to the 25-yard line. Carlton Smith getting down there in kick coverage for the Terrapins. And let's see what the Badgers can come up with now. Danny O'Neill is 3 of 7, 36 yards. Billy Edwards in his brief time was 1 of 3 for 45. That was in the game's opening possession.
We've seen some good things from O'Neill when it's designed runs. Unfortunately, he's taken sacks and his rush yards aren't looking. This is where you need big chunk plays. We've seen too many mistakes. need a big play here to get this thing going.
Darion Dupree, the running back. O'Neal will give it to him. Dupree off the right side across the 25-yard line, and he gets chopped down by Zaire Mathis at the 28 or 29-yard line. Gain of 3 or 4 in the play. Second down for the Badgers. They have all 3 timeouts. 3:18 left in the first half. They'll mark just shy of the 29. Second down and 6 plus change.
Yeah, good push there by right tackle Mandel. A nice job of just staying square on your guy, giving your running back kind of a two-way go. Dupree did a good job of pressing that, picking up 3.
He lines up behind Danny O'Neal. 2 receivers left, Kekahuna and Brooks. Anthony out to the right. O'Neal gets the snap. He'll give it to Dupree, and he is brought down, tripped up. It looked like Mathis was there anyway, behind the line of scrimmage at the 27-yard line. Loss of 2, and it's 3rd and 8 for the Badgers.
Yeah, he ended up, the old turf monster kind of gobbled up, I think, his right ankle there, but there was a little bit of leakage by the defensive end off of our right tackle. It was able to get up the field, and that's why we lost a couple yards.
2.5 minutes left to the break. 17-0 Maryland. Anthony out to the right. Kekahuna slot left, motions to the right. Jaden Ballard wide to the left. O'Neal gets the snap. Maryland will send 4. Danny looking, checks it down, caught by Mason across the 30, and he gets chopped down by Wingate at the 32-yard line, 3 yards short of the stick. And this will get us to the 2-minute timeout. We'll keep it here with 2 minutes left in the first half. It is 17-0 Maryland. And this is a massive opportunity for the Terps. They'll have all 3 timeouts to use. And remember, Maryland will receive in the second half. So a chance to blow this wide open. Maryland leading at the moment 17-0.
I think this is a tough scenario that you're in. I think if you would have gotten this to 4th and 1, I don't think there's a question that Wisconsin goes for it, but it's 4th and 3, and you're kind of teetering. You're already down 3 scores. The old gambler in me would say go for it because we need a spark. You need something. You said Maryland gets the opening kick, but I just think right now, I think he's going to end up punting it. You're going to want to see if maybe you can get a big play from your defense in order to set something up, because you don't get it here, it's probably at minimum 20-0, and I think you're trying to kind of figure that piece of it out as Luke Fickell's going through the different scenarios here on 4th and 3 at the 2-minute mark.
We are at the 2-minute timeout. Atticus Bertram's assuming he goes ahead and punts here. This would be his 3rd punt.
Feels like more.
It really does. I'm not even sure that's right.
1 of 8 on 3rd down,
yep.
and it's not. The frustrating part from up here is you haven't even had really many good opportunities at it. Everything has been 3rd and 6 plus. Defenses are pushing. You're always saying you want to get to 3rd and 6. That's where you have your arsenal. You know that you think the team is going to end up throwing the football. You have all your blitz. You have all of your things. And it has been 3rd and 10 plus, much more. I don't know the exact number, but 1 of 8 ain't going to cut it on 3rd down.
Let's get an update on Dylan Jones. Patrick, what do you have?
Wisconsin's rushing attack has just 31 yards, and the last 2 series, they've done it without Dylan Jones out there, their lead tailback, if you will. He is questionable for the rest of this game with a lower body injury. We saw him go down, and he has not come back these last 2 series. We'll try to get an update coming out of the second half, but as if you need anything else to complain about, injuries is the thing that we want to make sure we avoid here.
Boy, no kidding. Bertram's comes out. 4th and 3 for the Wisconsin 32-yard line. Jalil Farouk is deep for the Terrapins. So the offensive struggles continue. There have been special teams breakdowns today. A blocked field goal, a blocked punt.
I felt coming in the defense needed to be a big difference maker. The defense has played fine. They haven't made big plays. We saw an opportunity there for Rico. It would have been a heck of an interception. Need a big-time play like that.
Waiting for the snap as Bertram's gets it, and the kick is away. Turns it over. Farouk backpedaling, and he'll field, and he got popped right away. Jaden Ballard getting down there in a hurry. Farouk taken down at the 15-yard line, a 52-yard punt. And good work from Bertrams, good work from Jaden Ballard. 1:52 left in the first half, and the Terrapins start at their 15-yard line.
Yeah, special teams, it's been a tough half for Wisconsin's special teams. That was a big-time spot there. Ballard, who had, I guess didn't get called for an interference on the prior punt, that time timed it up perfectly. Beautiful punt. And now you're sitting in a spot here. If you can make a stop on first down, you can start thinking about maybe trying to get that ball back, get some points here before the end of the half. These first plays always kind of dictate what an offense will do, if they get some or if they don't.
Two receivers right, one on the left. DeJuan Williams in at running back, and Washington will hand it to Williams off the left side, hit behind the line of scrimmage. Mason Reiger, Parker Peterson. Peterson leading the charge on a loss of 3 to the 12-yard line. And a timeout taken with 1:44 left in the first half. And this is a Wisconsin timeout, I believe. It's 2nd down and 13 for the Terrapins at their own 12-yard line.
Great job there by Reiger and Peterson of just setting right in their spot and not giving an inch, forcing it to bounce and getting it where I just said that first play really will dictate how you're going to handle the rest of this 2-minute. And when you get a 3-yard loss, you use the timeout, you position yourself to get that ball back.
This is a 10-second subtraction. However, Maryland has declined. Clock will start on the snap. 2nd down.
2nd down for the Terrapins. So I didn't see a flag there, but all right.
The helmet came off.
Oh, the helmet came off. Okay, gotcha. Yep. Didn't hear the first part of that. So here we go. 3 receivers right, 1 on the left. Snap to Malik Washington. And throws it over the middle. Incomplete. A one-hopper. Ooh, Christian Allegro almost got a gift as that sailed away from DeJuan Williams. And to your point, better thrown to the boundaries than over the middle.
It is. It's an adventure. Every time you can keep him in the pocket and force him to throw it over the middle of the field, something good can happen for this defense. And that was the case. Just a wide open guy. He just sailed the throw. And unfortunately, Allegro had a one-hop. It couldn't get it on the fly.
1:40 left in the half. 3rd and 13, Maryland for the Terrapins 12-yard line. Empty backfield. 2 receivers left, 3 on the right. Big chance for Wisconsin. 4-man rush. Right side pass. Farouk will catch. Getting a block from Fleming across the 15, across the 20. And flying over there to make the play is Allegro. Stopping Farouk well short of the marker. They'll spot at the 22. And a timeout taken with 1:30. Either a timeout or he was driven out of bounds. One or the other. The clock is stopped with 1.5 minutes left in the first half. It's 4th down and 3, I should say, at the 22-yard line of Maryland. And a timeout is taken by Wisconsin. 2 remaining. 1:30 left in the half. 4th and 3 Maryland at the Terrapins 22.
Just a nice, easy, safe throw to the boundary there. And Wisconsin rallied to the football. And hey, when you can get the opposing team in 3rd and 10 plus, it's a heck of a lot easier getting off the field. This game's not, it's really simple from up here. It's a lot more complicated down there, but when you can position yourself in that, and now you get an opportunity here for a big punt return and go down and get points, because that pendulum swing of momentum has stayed on Maryland's side for far too long in this first half.
Yeah, they can go block one here too.
That'd
Try
be
that.
fun.
Line of scrimmage, the 22-yard line. McPherson on the punt. Snap clean. They get some pressure, but the kick is away. Henry calls for the fair catch, and he'll make it at the 38-yard line of Wisconsin. So good field position here after a 40-yard punt. 1:24 left in the first half. Maryland 17, Wisconsin nothing.
And so now the question is, how much do you trust your quarterback, and what route do you want to go here? You have to be aggressive, in my opinion. It's a minute 24. You need to find something here, and if it's a end around or something, just like we said down here, that first play usually is what dictates whether or not a 2-minute drive is going to be successful.
3 receivers on the right, 1 on the left. Arion Dupree in the backfield. Lance Mason, the tight end, starts to motion near the formation. First down, O'Neal drops the throw, 4-man rush. Danny under pressure, he'll tuck it and run. He'll slide. Oh, he got hammered across the 40-yard line. He got drilled. Penalty markers fly. May have to check for a targeting. Luke Fickle well onto the field. My goodness.
Oh, that was violent.
O'Neal gets up. I'll tell you what, that kid is tough.
He is tough. There is no doubt about that.
Clock stops with 1:17 left in the first half. As Danny went into his slide. That was, had to pick up the number. It was Daniel Wingate getting in there. No targeting here. I think it's just a late hit.
Personal foul. Yep. Late hit on the quarterback, number 3 of the defense. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down. The clock will start on the snap.
And that replay actually showed they did lead with the shoulder. He brought it.
Yep.
And that's a tough spot for a defender because Danny slid, started maybe a little late, will take the 15. Did a nice job of avoiding head-to-head.
Ball at the 44 of Maryland. 3 receivers right, 1 on the left. O'Neal to throw, 4-man rush. Danny flush to his right, chased by Ian Thomas. O'Neal looking, throwing, Mason, incomplete. 2nd and 10 at the Maryland 44-yard line with 1:10 left in the first half. 17-0 Maryland.
And this is what happens with young quarterbacks. You feel a little bit of pressure. The pocket there was actually pretty good. I think he maybe left the pocket a smidge earlier than he needed to. And once you decide to roll out to the right, you're cutting the field in half. Maryland's able to kind of bring all their defenders over, and it forces you to kind of throw the ball either in a spot you shouldn't or just get rid of it, live for another down.
Ballard, Anthony, and Kekahuna trips to the right. Lance Mason, the tight end, left side of the formation. Dupree, the running back, on 2nd and 10. Snap back to O'Neal. 4-man rush again. Danny throws. Caught right side. Kekahuna at the 40. Juke move to his left inside the 35. No mark right at the 35. Gain of 9. 3rd and 1. And a timeout with 58 seconds left in the half. And a Maryland defensive player is down and shaken up.
Timeout for an injury to the player of the defense. Wisconsin has elected to decline the 10-second subtraction. 3rd down.
Trying to pick up the numbers.
I think it's Nazir Taylor.
Yep, that's why the clock stops. Not a team timeout, an injury timeout. 58 seconds left of the break. There's the athletic trainers out there for Maryland. The injured player is down flat on his back right now. And it is, as Tausch mentioned, Nazir Taylor, a freshman out of Southland, Maryland.
Yeah, helmet to the, he just kind of coming in there hard, you know, trying to gang tackle, get in there. I think his helmet ended up hitting the hip of his own guy. And, you know, it looks like he's sitting up, looks like he's going to be all right.
Mentioned Maryland certainly not shy about playing freshmen.
A lot
of them.
Yes,
good looking
indeed.
one. Yep, Taylor's one of them. And part of that emphasis on recruiting within the DMV that Mike Loxley has done with this Maryland program. Taylor, a Maryland native, and making his way over to the sideline.
Well, you get the 15-yard penalty on the late hit to Danny, and then he stays in the pocket there and delivers it to Tretch. Nice job of getting north and south. Not quite enough to get a first down, but a 3rd and short. The injury saves you a timeout. So now you really have everything at your disposal here with 58 seconds left.
3rd and 1. Kekahuna slot to the left. Dupree, the running back. O'Neal hands to Dupree, and behind the line of scrimmage, he gets wrapped up by Cam Rice at the 37-yard line. Make it 4th and 3 for the Badgers with 48 seconds and counting now left in the first half.
That's really the only thing you couldn't have happen there. It's, you know, 3rd and 1. You're thinking you're going to pick up a first down. Now you put a really tough decision in Luke Fickle's hands at a 4th and 3, and they're going to run the clock.
Down to 33 seconds left in the half. Slot left, slot right, and now the Badgers use a timeout with 32 seconds left in the half. What happened there, Chris Brooks was starting to line up off sides by about 2 yards, so he was scooting back to his side of the neutral zone, and things got discombobulated, so they said, well, let's burn this. That's their second charge timeout.
Yeah,
it's 4th and 3.
It's, I think, the frustrating part. You're hearing fans voicing their displeasure. 3rd and 1, that's what we're built for.
Yep.
And we're not right now. That's the unfortunate part, because you're sitting here, you pick up that first down, chains reset, and now you're off. And instead, you get a 2-yard loss, and you really make a tough decision for your coach. You want to run the clock and take away that time. You still want to continue to move, but you don't want to give Maryland the ball back with any time. You just can't have that happen.
Trips to the right on 4th and 3. O'Neal takes, rolls right, looking, trying to pick his way through traffic, and he is stopped inside the 35. He'll be about a half yard short with 25 seconds left in the first half. So Maryland will get the ball on downs, leading 17-0 here in Madison.
Yeah, you rolled out right. You were hoping for the easy little flat route. Maryland obviously sees that, studied it, didn't give anything, and Danny did a good enough job of pulling it, unable to wiggle his way to pick up enough. He fell probably about a half a yard short, and another turnover on downs.
Jalen Husky over there to make the play from his safety position. And with 25 seconds left in the first half, the Terrapins will take over just shy of their 35-yard line. Let's see what Mike Loxley allows his offensive coordinator, Pep Hamilton, to do. Normally at this position, you just run it out. Under center is Washington. And he fakes the handoff. Little play fake, back to throw. He's going to take a shot deep down the left side. It is caught inside the 15-yard line. Octavian Smith bounces to the turf inside the 15. They mark at the 13 with 18 seconds left in the first half. And that deep ball that Washington has, and now Octavian Smith is down, and he needs a little attention. Well, so much for running it out. I guess why wouldn't you? You're feeling pretty good about yourself, and you turn it loose. A 48-yard connection, and just like that, Maryland's back into scoring range. They'll mark it at the 17 of Wisconsin. Timeout taken by the Terps.
Yeah, a big-time throw there, but completely unacceptable on the defensive side of the ball there. You have to keep somebody deep. He was able to split the coverage and had all kinds of room. It was a whale of a catch. He ended up having to fully extend, and he must have, don't even really see a replay of the ball, but he was able to get his hands under it and make a great diving catch, maybe dinged himself up a little bit, but way too much room in the middle of the field, and an absolute strike by Malik Washington on the throw.
18 seconds left in the half. 2 timeouts available for Mike Loxley. 17-0 Maryland. 1st and 10 Maryland at the Wisconsin 17-yard line.
And Smith has been killing us. That's his 5th catch for 117 yards on the afternoon. It's obviously a target Washington feels great about, and they have had a ton of success today.
Trips to the right. Nolan Ray is the running back. Washington gets the snap, looking as time, throws right side, end zone for Knott's, incomplete, tightly covered by Ricardo Hallman at the right corner of the end zone. 13 seconds left in the half. 2nd and 10 Maryland at the Badgers 17-yard line.
Very smart, safe play, and again out to the boundary. He loves showing off that arm. You're talking far hash to back pylon. He makes that throw. It's one-on-one. It's only going to be his guy that'll be able to come down with it. Rico did a good job there staying with him, contacting it, and letting the ball hit the turf.
Smith, Farouk, and Knotts out to the right. And Octavian Smith will jog in motion to the left on 2nd and 10. Washington back to throw. Pressure coming. Washington throws over the middle. Caught by Knotts at the 15 to the 10-yard line. Ricardo Hallman with the tackle at the 8. 7 seconds left in the half. A timeout taken here by Maryland.
Second timeout of the half.
It'll be a 3rd and 1 at the Wisconsin 8 with 7 seconds left in the first half.
Well, great job by Rico getting him to the ground. I don't know if he would have scored, but he had another 5 or 6 yards to get if Rico doesn't one-arm tackle him down to the ground. Nice little under route, threw it right in stride again, and Rico did a great job of getting him down, or that would have been very close to him getting into the end zone.
I think Rico's feeling it a little bit as he.
Yeah, it looked like that arm.
Yep. So 3rd and 1 at the 8. 1 timeout still left for Maryland. Jalil Farouk, Octavian Smith out to the left, Shalik Knotts to the right. Ray is the running back, and now Farouk in motion to the right. On 3rd down, Washington looking, throws left side, broken up, incomplete.
Good work by Austin Brown. Pass intended for the tight end Dorian Fleming with 2 seconds left in the half. So they burned 5 seconds on that play. It's 4th down and 1, and they'll go ahead and kick on the final play of the first half. This will be a 26-yard try just inside the left hash mark. All Maryland Terrapins in the first half of play. Everybody's set. Here's the snap. Ball is down. The kick is away. And it is good. And we are at halftime at Camp Randall Stadium. And a first half where whatever could go wrong has for the Wisconsin Badgers. Our score at the half, Maryland 20, Wisconsin nothing. Coming up, Mike Heller has our halftime report presented by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. This is Badger football from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Wisconsin Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Jump around with the Badgers right here. This is Badger football from Learfield.
Hey, Dad, how do airplanes fly? What's in this box? Is this tree good for climbing? How are babies made? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Talking to them about gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition. Safe gun storage saves lives. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Badger football is brought to you by Ford. Fearless as a Badger. That's a Ford SUV. Check one out at your Wisconsin Ford dealer. Jones Dairy Farm. Making breakfast better since 1889. And by Menards. Save big money at Menards. Proud partner of Badger football. This is the Badger Halftime Show.
At the half, American Family Insurance Halftime Report. I'm Mike Heller. It is 20-0 Maryland at the end of 30 minutes of play. The statistics won't tell you the full story. It's 206 yards of offense for Maryland, 129 for Wisconsin. But the problem is when Wisconsin started this game in the first quarter, they had a good drive that ended in having a field goal attempt blocked. Then they had an interception that was returned to the 4-yard line and led to a touchdown. Then they had a bad snap that lost 23 yards on a direct snap, Wildcat formation, and they finished that possession with a block punt. So that is a huge issue. Even at the end of the first half, Wisconsin had a 4th and 3 from Maryland's 37-yard line, but they did not convert. Danny O'Neill tried to scramble for the first down, turned it over on downs, and Wisconsin then gave up a 48-yard pass with 25 seconds left in the half. That's hard to understand. Then it led to a field goal, and that's where we sit. 20-0 at the break. it's kind of hard to miss the chants that are going on in the first half here as well. They are not favorable, and Wisconsin in their Big Ten opener trails 20-0 at the break. Maryland will start the second half with the football. Our American Family Insurance halftime report continues in a moment. We'll check out scores from around the country. This is Badger Football from Learfield.
No big deal, but you've been earning Kohl's Cash for 20 years. That's 2 decades of checkout wins. To celebrate, enter our month-long sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 in Kohl's Cash. Plus, save on fall faves during the Customer Appreciation Event now. Yup, 2 decades of Kohl's Cash is a big deal. Shop Kohl's and brag accordingly. Coupon ends September 21st. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit 1 prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
During the Harvest Marathon, you don't have time to be out of the cab. At Compeer Financial, we are here for you. Here wherever you need us to be. Tailoring services to keep your farm thriving. We are here wishing you a safe harvest season with a reminder to prioritize safety, even in the rush. Give your local Compeer team a call at 844-426-6733 or visit Compeer.com for your ag lending needs. Compeer Financial is an equal credit opportunity lender and provider. Copyright 2025. All rights reserved.
The Cardinal and White play here.
More fullback love for the Wisconsin Badgers, and the lead is back to 20.
The Badger Sports Network from Learfield.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone, or just taking a deep, calming breath to ground yourself. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. The Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council have resources available for you at loveyourmindtoday.org.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark, and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Wisconsin. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
It's Mike Heller back at the half at Camp Randall Stadium in Madison. It is Maryland 20 and Wisconsin nothing at the break. This scoreboard update is presented by Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison and Ho-Chunk Gaming Wisconsin Dells, proud casino partners of UW Athletics. Only one Big Ten game played last night. It was Iowa winning at Rutgers. That game was tied at 21 going to the fourth quarter. Iowa scores 17 in the fourth quarter, outscore Rutgers 17-7, and win 38-28 in Piscataway. Wisconsin will see Iowa here on this turf a few weeks down the road. Other Big Ten games, none of them have kicked off, and a limited slate. Oregon State will be at number 6, Oregon, in a game they call the Civil War. That's at 2 o'clock. At 2:30, Purdue is at 24th-ranked Notre Dame. Big game tonight, Illinois, 9th ranked in the country, on the road at 19th-ranked Indiana. That's at 6:30. Washington will play at Washington State, a game they call the Apple Cup. That's also at 6:30. And then late-night Big Ten viewing, Michigan State at 25th-ranked USC at 10 p.m. Just 2 top 25 games in action right now. 17th-ranked Texas Tech leads 10-3 at halftime at 16th-ranked Utah. And Tennessee leads UAB 28-7, 7:34 to play in the first half there. Our American Family Insurance halftime report continues in a moment. American Family Insurance, insure carefully, dream fearlessly. This is Badger Football from Learfield.
Odyssey Greek Yogurt and Feta Cheese are produced with 4 generations of our family's expertise and commitment. We start with the best dairy farms providing high-quality milk so you can feel good about what you feed your family. Odyssey Greek Yogurt and Feta Cheese, a proud partner of UW Athletics, now available at your local grocer.
Sometimes life's challenges leave you feeling alone.
We all need someone who understands and listens without judgment. That's what the 988 Wisconsin Lifeline is for. 988 is free and confidential. Trained counselors are ready to listen and provide support 24/7 for mental health and substance use concerns. You can contact 988 for yourself or for someone you know. Don't wait. Call or text 988 or chat online at 988wisconsin.org. 988 24/7. Call, text, chat. Here to support you.
Odyssey Greek Yogurt and Feta Cheese are produced with 4 generations of our family's expertise and commitment. We start with the best dairy farms providing high-quality milk so you can feel good about what you feed your family. Odyssey Greek Yogurt and Feta Cheese, a proud partner of UW Athletics, now available at your local grocer.
Badger football all season long.
All the way, 71 yards.
On the Badger Sports Network from Learfield.
Badger fans, from game day to getaway, Chevy SUVs are ready for all the adventure ahead. Like Trailblazer, a combination of bold styling and off-road capability. Plus, with its large touchscreen, your tech is always within reach. There's the feature-packed Trax, starting at $21,795. MSRP excludes tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment. Dealer sets final price. Visit BadgerlandChevy.com or see your Badgerland Chevy dealer, a proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics.
Join the Wisconsin Department of Corrections and make a positive impact on lives across the state. Enjoy an excellent state benefits package and a nationally ranked pension program. The Wisconsin DOC is seeking to hire licensed psychologists and other mental health clinicians looking for a rewarding career providing vital mental health services to those in our care. To learn more and to apply, go to wisc.jobs. That's WISC.jobs.
Back with you on the American Family Insurance Halftime Report. I'm Mike Heller. Before we visit with Bill Schmidt, host of our post-game show with Lance Allen, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification, 10 for an ID. This is Wisconsin football. Now, that ID is required, but it also allowed me a few more seconds to figure out what the heck we talk about. Well, Billy, let me just go through. You and I were doing this off the air. First quarter, you have a decent drive and end up having a field goal blocked. Then you threw an interception that was returned to the 4-yard line on a ball that just needs to be thrown away. You had a bad snap on a Wildcat formation that lost 23 yards, and 2 plays after that, you had a punt blocked. It tells you everything you need to know about what this first half has been. Billy Edwards started, played very limited, and Wisconsin has not had any opportunity.
No, and Mike, I think that the most disappointing thing is the reaction to negativity. And a year ago and throughout the offseason, we talked about how do you respond to a gut punch. This team took 5 of them to close the year in 2024 and seemingly responded worse each time it went down. The Penn State game, you're in that game, and then respond with a lackluster performance with Iowa and Nebraska. You don't want to rehash all of that. But all of the plays you mentioned there, the following snap, Maryland gained 5 yards on offense, right? They moved the line of scrimmage. Their defensive line has pushed back, yes, a young and inexperienced group, but they've controlled the line of scrimmage. It's why they controlled the scoreboard right now and why their true freshman quarterback was going for a knockout punch there in the corner of the end zone. Usually this is the best part of my day other than when my 2-year-old slaps me awake and says, Dada, get up. But, Mike, it really is difficult to find positives when you've created a lot of your own negativity today.
Billy, I said last week after the game at Tuscaloosa that I didn't think that was a defining moment. Defining moments would come in the weeks to come. I didn't think it would be today. But right now, through 30 minutes, this is very much a defining moment for this program.
No doubt. In this 20 minutes in the locker room after a very contentious Camp Randall Stadium told the Badgers how they feel about themselves right now and the program as a whole. Very, very important message that gets sent to the group here because there's true freshmen playing on that side. There will be true freshmen playing on this side as well, and everything is going to be up for grabs if you're putting more performances like this on tape.
Maryland's going to start the third quarter with the football as they deferred after winning the toss. What's the recipe, the script for Wisconsin to flip this game on its head? They're down 20-0.
Well, the first thing is, Mike, you need to win the line of scrimmage. Yeah. And I know it sounds really simple, it sounds cliche and obvious, but when good things are happening for a double-digit underdog, it's because they're physically imposing their will. That's something that a Maryland football team has not done in a long time. They've had a lot of issues there in their program the last couple of years, but they were marking this as a measuring stick and a potential defining moment. Now you got to answer the energy that they've brought, because it's only going to be amplified coming out of that locker room.
Well, we've got about a minute left, and the other issue in the first half obviously was special teams. And you want to talk about game prep, and people will wonder, how is this team not ready to play? Special teams is many times a telltale sign of what you're not ready to do.
Yeah, surprisingly so. There was a worse performance maybe by the Badgers special teams. That was the officiating crew in the first half. So that's the lone positive of it, Mike. But yes, you're right. The strategizing of it, Maryland has seen a couple of things that they could take advantage of and executed perfectly. You need to rattle them and throw them off of their execution, and the only way you do that is by stacking successful plays. It's a low benchmark to be able to climb, but you need to climb yourself back into this game one way or another.
Bill Schmid will host the post-game festivities today alongside of Lance Allen, and we'll see what the second half yields to what kind of conversation that will be. This is the American Family Insurance Halftime Report. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Matt and Mark return with a look at some of the first half stats in a moment. This is Badger Football from Learfield.
Hey Badger fans, Truly Unruly is now a proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics. We've upped the ABV to 8% so you can take your parties to new heights. With flavors like Tropical Twist, Berry Blast, Citrus Crush, and Strawberry Smash, Unruly is the ultimate party starter. Whether you're watching the game from the stands, the screen, or just here for the tailgate, grab an Unruly and let the fun begin. Hard seltzer with other natural flavors. Hard Seltzer Beverage Company, LLC, Boston, Massachusetts. Please drink responsibly.
I love Minnesota.
This is Hero Gravel. The lamps from Bluffs. Incredible.
Minnesota is a cyclist stream.
Here's the good part.
Plan your trip at exploreminnesota.com.
That was a fun ride.
What a view.
There's hiking.
I love how pretty all the different colors and layers.
And then there's fall hiking in Minnesota.
That's gorgeous.
Minnesota is a hiker's paradise. Plan your trip at exploreminnesota.com.
Badger football lives here.
Oh, my goodness!
This is Badger football from Learfield.
Hey Badger fans, Brew Pub Lots and Mozza Pizzas are your game day go-to. Loaded with award-winning Wisconsin mozzarella cheese and, of course, bombarded with high-quality meat and veggie toppings. Snag a za while taking in all the action at Camp Randall Stadium, or enjoy a delicious Brew Pub pizza in the lovely confines of your own home. Plus, new this season to the Brew Pub lineup, the Brew Pub Patriot Pizza that gives back to local heroes through the Tunnel of Towers Foundation. Great pizza for a greater cause, and available at your local grocery store.
It's Ford Truck Month in the state of Wisconsin, where we tailgate in sub-zero temps, spend our Friday nights at the old fish fry, and rely on the #1 truck brand in Wisconsin to make it happen. Only in Wisconsin, only in a Ford. Time to save big on the trucks that are made for our state. Truck Month starts now. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD December 2024.
Badger football is brought to you by Ho-Chunk Gaming Madison and Ho-Chunk Gaming Wisconsin Dells, proud casino partners of Wisconsin Athletics. Alliant Energy. Alliant Energy is powering beyond for you. Usinger's. Look for Usinger's famous sausage at your local grocer. The elf on the label means quality on your table. And by Coors Light. Wisconsin fans, choose chill. Now with the call of the second half, here's the voice of the Badgers, Matt LePay.
20-0 Maryland leading Wisconsin. We check out some of the first half stats. The Terrapins with 206 yards of offense, 129 for the Badgers. Neither team running it well. Neither team had been running it well coming into the game. Maryland 39 rush yards to 34 for Wisconsin. Malik Washington is 12 of 25 through the air, 167 yards and a score. And his top target has been Octavian Smith, 5 catches for 112 yards. Danny O'Neill, 5 out of 10 for 50 yards and an interception. Billy Edwards started, was out there for a bit, 1 of 3 for 45 yards. here in the first half. This has been about turnovers and O'Neal interception. Set up a score as Maryland had to cover all of 4 yards. A blocked punt resulted in another short drive for the Terrapins, just 28 yards. That made it 14-0. And then a couple of Sean O'Hare field goals, one of 49 and one at the final snap of the half of 26 yards. And you have a 20-0 ball game. Maryland leading Wisconsin. Where the defense, as you said, Tausch, for the Badgers has been, it's been pretty solid, been decent. But you give them short fields, these mistakes, and would be not just the offense, but the special teams breakdowns. There's a blocked field goal on Wisconsin's first possession. They just can't get out of their own way.
And for this team, I think you always, when you go through your non-conference, you start figuring out, you kind of figure out what kind of team you're going to be and what your formula to win will be. And you saw the first 2 weeks, the defense, the run defense, and then TFLs, that whole conversation all offseason about TFLs and sacks. Right now, sacks 0, TFLs 0.
Yeah.
So you, as a defensive unit, you see your offense is struggling. You hear about complementary football. Your special teams has not been very complimentary. Your offense hasn't. That's where your defense, especially when you're coming out of the second half down 20, you need to step up and make a big play. You need to get in that backfield and make that happen.
Let's check in with Patrick. What do you have?
Well, you kind of mentioned it, Tauscher, but that's the sentiment that happened in the locker room here, is that this is a 60-minute game. It's not a 30-minute game. So while you've dug yourself a big hole, there is a second half to play in this. And this is a chance, as the guys kind of talked about, to see what you are made of. And that has to be the attitude that they take as they enter this final 30 minutes. From an injury standpoint, Billy Edwards is officially ruled out. Not really a surprise there, but he will not return officially in this game. Same for Dylan Jones, the starting running back. He is also out for the remainder of this game with a lower body injury.
Nathaniel Vacos set to kick off for Wisconsin. Iverson Howard is deep for the Maryland Terrapins. As we get set to go third quarter of play, Vacos with the kick, and there will be no return. A touchback, and the second half is underway.
And now the question is, from Maryland style, a little scrap,
a little
going
bit
on
here. Let's see who
Don't be
is
throwing fists.
Yeah.
Don't need to give him 15. Good. All right.
Jackson McGowan getting in there. Deani Hill as well.
You do look at it from their perspective now. Do you keep that pedal down? Do you feel good because you've seen what your defense has been able to do? I would guess this is one of those, you feel like you can daggerize this stadium and everything else if you come out, get something. Wisconsin desperately needs to make that big play and get something positive for this team to kind of galvanize around.
Malik Washington is the quarterback. He's got DeJuan Williams behind him. And now he'll shift to the left to the quarterback. Two receivers left, one on the right. Maryland goes left to right, third quarter, handoff Williams. Off the right side, Sebastian Cheeks will catch up to him and take him to the ground near the 30-yard line. A gain of better part, well, we'll call it 4 to the 29 of Maryland, second down and 6.
He did a nice job of pressing the hole off the right side and then cutting back, and Sebastian Cheeks came down. He hesitated for a second because he thought the quarterback might keep it, and that let him pick up 5.
Two receivers left. Octavian Smith to the right. Deani Hill is on him. Here's the handoff. Williams trying to work the right side and does well to get to the 30. He'll be driven back. Austin Brown. The play was pursued well. It'll be a third down and 5 for Maryland on the opening possession of the second half.
Good job there. Allegro kind of holding up the shop, and Tackett Curtis coming flying around. Austin Brown. You saw guys held the point and forced that ball to bounce all the way out to the sideline. That gives you a chance to rally everybody, get them down on the ground, and set up a critical third down, get off the field here.
Mason Posa back in there. We have seen a fair amount of him in the defense and the linebacking core. Two receivers left, two receivers right. Malik Washington in the shotgun on 3rd and 5, the Terps 30-yard line. Washington throwing, and it's batted down. And getting there, young fella, Mason Posa knocks the pass away, and it's 4th and 5 for Maryland.
And he needed to. He's coming around on a loop. He's looping on a stunt, and he sees he's not going to get there. He gets his hand up in the air and is able to. That would have been a first down, a little slant route across the middle. He had the route there, Posa gets his hand up, knocks it down, and forces a critical punt here. Get Wisconsin the football back.
Tyrell Henry deep. Line of scrimmage to Maryland 30, and the kick away from McPherson. Hangs it up high. Henry waits for it. He'll catch at the 18, gets it to go across the 22, move 25-30. Henry cuts left, 35 to the 40. Henry 45 to midfield, outside the numbers, gets slammed out of bounds into Maryland territory, and there's a spark. Good field position for the Badgers for their first possession of the third quarter. And a Maryland Terrapin is down and in a lot of pain back near the 25-yard line. That was a 53-yard punt. Tyrell Henry brought it back 37 yards. We're a minute 25 into the third quarter, 20-0 Maryland. As the Maryland athletic trainers, and again, can't pick up the number. That man down in the right leg. Right leg in a lot. That's the area of discomfort. So timeout on the field. Yeah, it looks like we're going to go ahead and take a timeout. So we'll take a break right here, and we'll tell you that Kohl's has the back-to-school styles that'll spoil them at prices that'll spoil you. From jeans and tees to sneakers and more, which means you can do it all without overdoing your budget when you shop at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. For the Rail Transport broadcast booth, 13:35 left in the third quarter. Maryland 20, Wisconsin nothing. This is Badger football from Learfield.
It's Ford Truck Month in the state of Wisconsin, where we tailgate in sub-zero temps, spend our Friday nights at the old fish fry, and rely on the #1 truck brand in Wisconsin to make it happen. Only in Wisconsin, only in a Ford. Time to save big on the trucks that are made for our state. Truck Month starts now. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD December 2024.
JJ and TJ.
Picked off by TJ Watt.
Russ and Barry.
Hello, Russell Wilson.
This is Badger football from Learfield.
Badger fans, whether you're tailgating with friends or tackling your toughest jobs, Chevy Silverado is ready, steady, and strong, offering 4 powerful engine choices, impressive towing capability, and loads of advanced tech to help you conquer what's next. Year after year and mile after mile, Silverado is built for the long haul and trusted by those who know what real dependability means. Visit BadgerlandChevy.com or see your Badgerland Chevy dealer, a proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics.
I'm Sawyer, and I'm Shannon. Together, we're Twin Stunts, the only twin motorcycle freestyle show in the world. We are born and raised in Wisconsin, so we want all our fellow cheeseheads to know that even though we clutch it up, hit 12, and drift in our show, we would never do it on the open road. And there's another thing we would never do on the road. Drive drunk. Drive sober, or get pulled over. Together, we can save lives. Learn more at zeroinwisconsin.gov. Wisconsin DOT.
Badger fans, visit uwbadgers.com/contest. Enter for your chance to be the Culver's VIP family at a football game this season. Families will be selected for the chance to compete for cash on the field at halftime. That's uwbadgers.com/contest. DJ Samuels, the injured Maryland Terrapin, part of that punt cover unit, it's his way to the sideline for the Terrapins. A good return from Tyrell Henry. The Badgers have a 1st and 10 at the Maryland 47-yard line. 13:35 left in the third quarter. It's 20-0. Maryland leading Wisconsin.
And a great job by Deani Hill of really maintaining his block. Anytime you see a big return like that, you need a big block to spring it. Hill did that.
Danny O'Neill, the quarterback. Darian Dupree to his right. On 1st and 10, shotgun snap. O'Neill looks, shoots it right, caught by Chris Brooks inside the 40 and dives near the 35-yard line. First down on a gain of 12. As the Badgers trying to get something going early in the second half.
And I think you're always looking for some type of spark. You're looking to find something, maybe go a little up-tempo, try to do something a little bit differently here. There, first down, nice easy pitch and catch, easy first down, get a little rhythm going.
Double wide to the left with Vinny Anthony and Chris Brooks. Here's the handoff. Darian Dupree inside the 30, lowers the pads, pops his way to the 28-yard line. Gain of 7, 2nd down and 3 for Wisconsin.
Really good vision there by Dupree to see that. He's kind of cut off. He was running to the right side, cut back, immediately got vertical, and picked up 7.
The safety Levain Scruggs on the stop. Eugene Hilton, the freshman, he is out wide to the right. And now creeps close to the formation along with Lance Mason. On second down, O'Neal under center and a little toss to Henry. He's going to throw it right side deep, and it hangs in the air, and it's almost intercepted. Intended for Eugene Hilton. I'm thinking that came out of his hand funny. It just hung up in the air. This is something they've been working on going back to training camp. And I can tell you it looked a lot better than that in practice, but it's a incomplete pass. And it's 3rd down and 3 of the 28 of Maryland.
They smelled that out pretty good. Delhomme, their defensive back, really a lot of contact on Hilton. Didn't really let him get out of his break, and fortunate that that ball fell to the turf.
Double wide to the left. Darion Dupree in motion. They fake the jet sweep. O'Neal keeps it inside the 25, inside the 20, and a first down to the 19-yard line of Maryland. Daniel Wingate's getting in there. Messiah Delhomme as well. This trip to the red zone brought to you by Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Badgers. 1st and 10 at the 19.
You see a lot of all that end around motion, jet sweep action. It gets guys' eyes, and that opens up the middle of the football field. And what I love about O'Neal, what he does, he sees it. There's no hesitation. He puts his foot in the ground, gets vertical, gets a hit, and then gets up and is trying to get this crowd back into it.
On 1st and 10, Lance Mason in motion to the right. O'Neal will hand it off to Dupree over the right guard inside or near the 15-yard line. They'll give him 4 on the play. 2nd down and 6 for Wisconsin. We're 3.5 minutes into the 3rd quarter. 20-0 Maryland, but the Badgers are threatening.
And you're starting to see up front a little bit of push. We've seen way too much stuff in the backfield, getting put in some tough spots. The guys up front on this drive done a nice job of just kind of walling guys off and giving Dupree some room to get started.
You got Brooks wing on the left side, Anthony wide left, Kekahuna to the right, O'Neal under his center, Ryan Corey. Kekahuna motions left, O'Neal will give it to Dupree, and he gets swallowed up behind the line of scrimmage. Dylan Fontes first on the scene, then gets some help. Wingate is there, and Wisconsin looking at a 3rd down at the 16-yard line of Maryland. 3rd down and 7.
I always get a little nervous when I say too many nice things, but that was the case there. I think there was just a miscommunication. It looked like they sent Chris Brooks in motion to handle the end of the line of scrimmage, and I don't know if he misread what his count was, and the tight end maybe took his guy, but nobody ended up blocking the edge man, and that allowed him to come down, hit Dupree in the backfield, not let him get started.
Henry, Anthony, and Kekahuna out to the left on 3rd down. Shotgun snap, O'Neal, pressure coming. Danny flush to his left, looking, throwing, incomplete. A diving attempt at Kekahuna inside the 10-yard line. Lakai Rowland on the coverage. So it's 4th down and 7 at the 16 of Maryland. And Nathaniel Vakos, who had a field goal blocked in the 1st quarter, comes on early in the 3rd. This will be a 33-yard attempt just right of center. And this would get the Badgers on the board. Lines are down. And here's the snap. Spot, kick is away, and the kick is good, and the Badgers are on the board. So a Tyrell Henry punt return gets the Badgers in business, and Nathaniel Vakos with a field goal. And the Badgers get their first points of the day. Ho-Chunk Gaming, Wisconsin Dells, the best place for grown-up entertainment, games, and fun times. Your odds are better here. And we want to celebrate agriculture today. The Celebrate Agriculture game brought to you by Cleary Building Corp., Culver's, Case IH, and Compeer Financial. From the Rail Transport broadcast booth, 10-12 left in the 3rd quarter. Maryland 20, Wisconsin 3. This is Badger football from Learfield. Hi, it's Matt LePay, voice of the Badgers. On the field, the Badgers are always on the move. Off the field, that's where Evans Transportation comes in. As Wisconsin's 3PL, they move over 30,000 shipments a year right here in the Badger State. That's dedication to keep things moving here in Scotty. Evans is excited to support Badger student athletes and is a proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics. Find them at evanstrans.com. That's evanstrans.com. Go Badgers.
Hey, Drew and Jonathan Scott here. Build a customized renter's policy with American Family Insurance so you can protect your tandem bike on the go. Thief! Oh, he is struggling with that two-seater. Life's better when you're under American Family's roof. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Some exclusions may apply. Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI and its operating companies. 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringbeyond to learn more.
Horsepower to amplify your willpower, capability to kickstart your courage. They're standard and built for tough Ford trucks and adventure-ready Ford SUVs. Visit your Wisconsin Ford dealer today. Nathaniel Vakos with a 33-yard field goal. It's now 20-3 Maryland. 10-12 left in the third quarter as we check in again with Patrick.
So in games like this, or at least first halves like that, you know, you're looking for small positives, or at least I am down here on the sidelines. I do like this team hasn't splintered at all. I'm not seeing some of the hanging heads or some of the infighting that you might expect when things are not going the way you want. That's a positive. If you want to look at another one, maybe this is a second half team. In first halves this year, they've been outscored 51-17. In second halves, they've outscored their opponents 59-17. So maybe that's the secret. Just be a second half team.
Outscore them 21-0 in the second half today. We're on to something, right? Nathaniel Vakos. He'll kick off for Wisconsin. Here's the run up, and the kick is away. And again, this will not be returned. Flies over the head of Iverson Howard for the touchback, and 1st and 10 Terrapins at their 25-yard line.
I mean, it sounds crazy, Patrick, and you were just talking right there, but this is not like Maryland has just dominated this football game. Wisconsin has gift-wrapped a lot of points and a lot of opportunities to Maryland because of the sloppy play, the penalties, whatever you want to look at. So you could say all that. If Wisconsin can tighten up, and I do think their defense is going to need to make a few big plays, it's not as crazy as maybe some people listening right now think it might.
Corey Walker, part of that defense now. Outside backer playing on the right edge of the Wisconsin front. Malik Washington under center, pulls back, little play fake, rolls right, throws right, and it is dropped. Another drop. This one for the tight end, Leon Houghton. The 25-yard line on the near side. 2nd down and 10 for Maryland.
I'll tell you what, I've said a lot about Washington. I think he's a really talented guy. There's a lot of drops. Like, that was straight up. That was a good, really nice touch on that throw. And what I love seeing there's no head down. He goes back to the huddle. He's clapping, encouraging his guys. There's a lot of things to like about what number 7 for Maryland is doing there.
They talk about his maturity level. I mean, just so uncommon for a true freshman. Two receivers left, two receivers right. Caleb Webb wide right, motions to the formation, shotgun snap. Washington looking right, throwing right, and that's through the hands of Nolan Ray, incomplete. Tackett Curtis over there defensively at the 28-yard line on the near side. 3rd and 10 Maryland from its own 25-yard line.
Again, kind of the same thing. That's an easy pitch and catch, and now you get in this spot, 3rd and 10. We have not seen a lot of pressure. I haven't seen the TFLs. This is where your guys on the edge, Reiger, Cheeks, make a big play. Get something, make them throw it early. Get an opportunity here. Turnover city coming.
Two receivers to the right. Caleb Webb out wide to the left. On 3rd and 10, Washington to throw, 4-man rush. Washington under pressure from Reiger, who gets to the quarterback. Down goes Malik Washington at the 15-yard line. Loss of 10, 4th and 20 for the Terrapins.
And give the secondary a lot of credit on that. That was a good initial rush. I thought their O-line kind of held up for a second, but great effort in just continuing to pursue the quarterback. Reiger had a running back on him, the left tackle. He did not give up on the play. He circled his route back and was able to get Washington on the ground.
Bryce McPherson on to punt. They get some pressure. The kick is away. Tyrell Henry drifting back, and he'll catch at the 38-yard line, and he got tagged right away. That took a little courage. Ethan Goff, the long snapper, getting down there, 47-yard punt.
That's one word for it.
Yeah. Trying to be nice.
Yeah.
high risk. And that actually wasn't the long snapper gun. That was Ricardo Cooper down there in punt coverage. Badgers starting at their 39-yard line, 1st and 10, 9:21 left in the third quarter.
It's always amazing to me with these punt returners when there's full speed contact like that. Not a great decision, but a great job of holding on to that football, because that was a big-time, well-timed up hit.
We're showing an overload, a tackle over, and now Riley Mahlman shifting back to left tackle. Pistol formation, Cade Giacomelli, the running back. O'Neal gets the snap, looking, throws over the middle, caught across the 40-yard line to the 42 or 43 as he hooks up with his tight end, Grant Steck. On a gain of 5, they'll actually place at the 44 of Wisconsin, 2nd down and 5.
Yeah, that is a little bit different of a shift. We saw that a lot last week where Mahlman would go over, he'd line up on the right tackle. Here he did that, and he actually had to move Steck out of the way to get his spot at left tackle.
So let me in, man.
Yeah, I want to play.
Jaden Ballard to the left on 2nd down, handoff. Giacomelli hits it off the left side across the 45-yard line up near the 47. Up off the stack, Dylan Fontes. It'll be a 3rd down and about 2 here for Wisconsin. 8.5 minutes left, third quarter. 20-3, Maryland leading the Badgers.
Not a lot of movement there, but what you love about Giacomelli is he's coming full speed. He wasn't bouncing around in the back. It wasn't blocked for much. Didn't get much, but what he did get, Giacomelli was able to lower his pads and pick up 2.
Jackson Aker and Cade Giacomelli flanking. Danny O'Neal takes the snap. Reads, keeps. O'Neal's going to run, and he'll get the first down across midfield into Maryland territory. Lakai Rowland over there out of the secondary to make the stop. They'll mark at the 48 of Maryland. First down, Wisconsin. And Ian Thomas, big defensive lineman, a little slow to get up. He's up now, but he'll have to come out for at least one play. 8:02 remaining in the third quarter.
And I love that play call there. You ran it. You end up getting O'Neal out on the perimeter, and you have a couple of options. Aker is there if you need to dump it. If somebody is crashing down hard, you give your quarterback a couple of different ways to pick up that two yards. You pick up another first down on 3rd down, and that was kind of the Achilles heel in that first half. We've picked up a couple in this second half.
Anthony and Brooks out to the right. Mason and Kekahuna to the left. From the Maryland 48-yard line, 1st and 10. Giacomelli stays in there at running back. Shotgun snap, O'Neal, and he's going to keep it, and he'll squeeze about a yard out of it. That's it. Sidney Stewart, outside linebacker, wraps up the Wisconsin quarterback. 2nd down and 9 from the Terrapins 47-yard line. 20-3 Maryland, 7:38 left in the third quarter.
And unfortunately, I think that was the case. The snap came back really hard and kind of threw the timing of that play off. You had to reach over to his left. You got a speed option. The defensive end played that pretty well. That ball needed to be pitched, but I think O'Neal wisely thought something bad could happen because I think that timing wasn't great from the jump.
Trips to the right on 2nd and 9. O'Neal looking. He's going to pull it down and run. Gets to the 45. Try to spin move, and he got drilled by Daniel Wingate at the 45 of Maryland. Make a 3rd down and 7.
Well, you love his moxie. You love his toughness. He sees that the pocket is collapsing a little bit. Doesn't even think he knows he needs to go get positive yards. He's spinning. He's taking shots to the hip, and he's bouncing up, and he's still bringing that energy. You love what he's doing from a leadership standpoint.
Anthony and Kekahuna to the right. Jaden Ballard to the left for the 45 of Maryland. 3rd down and 7 for Wisconsin. Play clock is down to 5. And a low snap. O'Neal trying to save the play. Hands off to Giacomelli. They'll say he was down first. A low snap. O'Neal went down to get it. His knee hit the turf. And just like that, it'll be 4th and 10 at the 48 of Maryland.
Yeah, it's been an issue. And, at watching practice, we've seen that you're asking our center to reach hard to the left. And a lot of times that makes that snap. You just got to go. And unfortunately, I think O'Neal did a good job of short hopping that. But once your knee is down and you get it, play is dead. They ruled it that way, and now we're forced to punt.
From the 48-yard line of Maryland, Atticus Bertrams gets the snap, steps up, and the kick is away. A chance to pin him deep as it checks up or hits inside the 10 and goes out of bounds along the near sideline. Let's see where they mark it. Looks like about the 5-yard line. of Maryland. So with that, we will have a timeout. Wisconsin football brought to you in part by Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Home to 24/7 gaming, exquisite dining, a luxurious hotel, and countless ways to win. Details and hotel reservations at Potawatomi.com. Your win is waiting. From the Rail Transport broadcast booth, 5:45 left in the third quarter. Maryland 20, Wisconsin 3. This is Badger football from Learfield.
Happy Game Day and National Ag Day from Case IH. Just like the Badgers train with championship-level equipment, our compact tractors and utility equipment are built tough to handle whatever your land demands. From family farms to home fields, we're here to help you succeed on every acre that matters. Visit caseih.com to learn more about our commitment to agriculture and Wisconsin. Go Badgers!
Bucky says, on Wisconsin. This is Badger football from Learfield.
It's Ford Truck Month in the state of Wisconsin, where we tailgate in sub-zero temps, spend our Friday nights at the old fish fry, and rely on the #1 truck brand in Wisconsin to make it happen. Only in Wisconsin, only in a Ford. Time to save big on the trucks that are made for our state. Truck Month starts now.
Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD December 2024.
Giving back to the community is a pillar of Wisconsin athletics and one that we're proud to emulate here at Brewpub Lots of Matza Pizza. As a proud partner of Wisconsin athletics, Brewpub is proud to announce our support of local heroes through our partnership with the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. With every purchase of the new Brewpub Patriot Pizza, we're helping support veterans, first responders, law enforcement officers, and their families during difficult times. Look for the new Brewpub Patriot Pizza today in your local grocery store and enjoy a great pizza for a greater cause.
Today's Celebrate Agriculture game brought to you by Cleary Building Corp, Culver's, Case IH, and Compeer Financial. 5:45 left in the third quarter. Maryland 20, Wisconsin 3. The Terrapins will start at their 5-yard line. Well done punt from Atticus Bertram's 43-yard effort has the Terps deep in their own territory. And we'll try to speak it into existence. Defense needs a big play here. Maybe a pick, sack, fumble,
Yeah, we'll
score.
take all of it. We'll take any of it. And you know, I know it's 20-3, and you for people just jumping in and tuning in, you're thinking, what the heck is this defense? The defense has given up 34 yards rushing.
Yeah.
The defense has played pretty good football, but the defense needs to make a big play, and it's pinned, and that's what we need right now.
3 receivers left, one on the right. DeJuan Williams, the running back. Snap to Malik Williams and a throw to the right. Malik Washington, beg your pardon. He'll throw it over to DeJuan Williams, who gets checked out of bounds by Christian Allegro at about the 9-yard line. A gain of 4. Second down and 6 for the Maryland Terrapins.
And I just talked about the run defense. You can see Maryland's ahead by 17 points, and they're still throwing the football because it's been tough sledding trying to find ways to run the ball.
Washington back in the gun, gets the snap. He'll hand it to Williams this time across the 10-yard line. And it's Jameer Latimer, I beg your pardon, Tyrese Fabry getting in there, the outside linebacker at the 12-yard line. Gain of 3, and a big 3rd and 3 coming up for Maryland. The Terrapins are 3 of 11 on 3rd down here today. 5 minutes left in the third quarter. Terps up 20-3. And this crowd trying to help the home team. Octavian Smith out wide to the right. Shalik Knotts to the left. Motion to the formation. Shotgun snap. Washington looking. Pressure. Gets away to his right. Washington across the 10. Out of bounds at the 12-yard line. Forced to the boundary by Christian Allegro. That will be 3 yards short of the first down. They didn't get the sack, but they kept him short of the line to gain. The Badger defense does its job again.
Reiger did a great job of rushing their right tackle, Alan Herron, and to his credit, he finished him, but great pursuit there by Allegro, because once he was able to get by Reiger, I thought, could he get the corner? Allegro, with his speed, was able to close that and force a critical punt here with 4 minutes to go in the quarter.
A late sub for Maryland, so Ben Barton getting in there. A late sub for Wisconsin. They snapped the ball. I don't think they weren't clear to do that. I don't think the center judge had stepped away. We'll find out.
Prior to the snap. Timeout.
Maryland. Yep. They made that sub late. They were slow getting their punt team organized for Maryland. So they brought the 11th player in, and then the Badgers took advantage and took their time getting Ben Barton in there. So a timeout taken by Maryland with 4:05 left in the third quarter. 20-3, the Terrapins leading Wisconsin.
Yeah, what is that? I get a kick out of this because it's so gamesmanshipy. You know, if you sub late and it's 15 seconds or less on the play clock, I can't remember what Luke said in a radio show. Was it this year or last year, where you do hockey shifts and you do basketball shifts, and if you want to go, you go hockey, and in this case, you do the basketball substitution. You're kind of like waving to the crowd, making sure, and Ben Barton wanted to force Maryland to use that timeout, go out there slow, and at this point, you want to back him up, forcing Maryland to use that timeout so they didn't lose yardage.
Bryce McPherson, the punter, about 3 yards deep in the end zone, takes the snap. Here comes Clayton trying to get a block. Cannot. The kick is away. Fair catch signaled by Tyrell Henry, and he'll make it at the 47-yard line of Wisconsin. Nicholas Clayton came charging in off the edge and got reasonably close there. It turned into a 41-yard punt for the Terrapins as we have another break in the action. Badger fans, you're dedicated to your team, and at Case IH, we're dedicated to designing every tractor, every tool, every piece of equipment with your land management goals in mind. What are you waiting for? Visit your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Badgers, where your home field and huge success await. From the Rail Transport broadcast booth, 3:58 left in the third quarter. Maryland 20, Wisconsin 3. This is Badger football from Learfield. On the football field, the skilled players get paid the most. The same is true in construction. Some of the most skilled players building our roads, solar farms, and stadiums are the men and women of the Wisconsin Operating Engineers. If you're ready to step up to a job where you can earn more without college debt and operate equipment like cranes, excavators, bulldozers, and drones, you're ready to join our team today at join139.com.
With corn rootworm costing farmers up to $1 billion a year, you need the right strategy. Introducing Durastack trait technology, featuring 3 powerful modes of action to strike corn rootworm at full force, outsmart, outmaneuver, and outmatch their every move with the industry's first triple BT protein stack built for corn rootworm control. Take back your yield potential. Make your move at Durastack.com. Available for the 2027 season.
Looking for seed that performs? FS Envision seed corn and FS High Soy soybeans deliver top-tier performance, field-tested reliability, and trusted local FS expertise. Your local FS crop specialist is here from planting to harvest, helping you get the most out of every acre, every season. Seed that performs, support that delivers. Ask your local FS crop specialist about FS Envision and FS High Soy, or visit fsc.com to learn more.
3 minutes, 58 seconds left in quarter number 3. Maryland 20, Wisconsin 3. Good field position again for the Badgers. They'll start at their 47-yard line. The total yards in this game, 208 for Maryland, 173 for Wisconsin. Talk about how this Badger defense has played well. Maryland has had multiple short fields that they paid off. They're trying to get this offense going, and it sounded like a broken record saying that, but we'll see what the Badgers can do this time.
Yeah, 7 punts apiece. Obviously, Wisconsin, one of those blocked. It's been a defensive struggle, which I think most of us thought coming in would be. Unfortunately, Wisconsin, especially in that first half, too many mistakes, giving Maryland's offense easy scoring opportunities.
Darion Dupree in there at running back. Snap to O'Neal. Hands off to Dupree. Hits it over the left side of the line up to about the 50. And that's it. Joel Starling's defensive lineman out to make the tackle. Gain of 3, second down and 7 from the 50.
Yeah, it's just a zone play off the left side. Riley Mahlman and Brunner, and you got a little bit of movement. I think Maryland is more than content with Wisconsin running and giving 2 or 3 yards a carry. They're just kind of playing, setting in, and I think giving that up right now on first down.
Anthony Brooks and Kekahuna trips to the right from the midfield stripe. Second down and 7. O'Neal gets the snap, looks the throw. Has some time, running out of time, checks it down, and a rolling catch made by Chris Brooks. Right at the line to gain, the 43 of Maryland. First down, Wisconsin.
Really good protection. Mandel did a great job of running his guy by. Mahlman did a really nice job of locking his guy up. That was the case there. I think the pocket, O'Neal could sit in there even a little bit longer, got a little bit happy feet to throw it. He could have maybe put that on Brooks a little bit cleaner, but we were able to pick up a first down.
2:52 and counting left in the third quarter. 20-3 Maryland. First and 10 for the Badgers. Tyrell Henry goes in motion. They'll fake the little jet sweep. O'Neal looking under pressure and sacked by Starlings outside the 45-yard line. They'll mark at the 46 of Maryland, a loss of 3. Joel Starlings, redshirt sophomore out of Richmond, Virginia, transfer from North Carolina.
Grant Stack was trying to kind of hold up and help there on his guys. A little pass. They had an overload off to the left side, so they had Steck playing right tackle where the right tackle would be. He got a little bit overwhelmed on that, and that allowed the sack to occur.
Kekahuna and Brooks come out to the right. Vinny Anthony to the left. On second down, O'Neal hands off to Dupree inside the 45, inside the 40. Juke move to his right, 35. Dupree inside the 30 and taken down to the 29-yard line of Maryland. Messiah Delhomme, a safety, comes up to make the stop. Good nifty running from Darion Dupree, and the Badgers have a first and 10.
Yeah, nice job by Mandel on the backside, getting just enough to let that cut happen. And then you get to that second level, it's up to you. Dupree has to make a guy miss. He's able to do that with a little shake step and able to pick up a nice first down on a 2nd and 13.
1:35 left, third quarter, double wide to the left. O'Neal gives to Dupree again up the right. Hash marks down near the 25-yard line. A gain of 3. Bryce Jenkins getting in there, and the linebacker Trey Reddick as well. Second down and 7 from the Maryland 25-yard line.
Jackson Aker did a really nice job of just getting enough on that right defensive end to seal that and allow it. Snap again a little bit off, a little quick through the tempo off a little bit. Nice job there by O'Neal of securing that and getting the ball and picking up a quick 4.
Kekahuna and Brooks to the right. Vinny Anthony to the left. Cade Yakimelli in there at running back. O'Neal from the shotgun. Takes the snap. Quick shot right side receiver screen. Kekahuna catches inside the 25-yard line. Maryland defends it well as they get Kekahuna to the ground at the 22-yard line. Reddick over there, the linebacker, and Dante Joyner, the cornerback. Third down and 3 from the Maryland 22.
Yeah, you always wonder on those, and especially early in the season when Danny went in, you have to make sure you have numbers. These plays aren't predetermined. You have to make sure your guys have leverage to make those blocks. And I think at that time, Wisconsin maybe was outnumbered on that, and that allowed Maryland to get it down quick.
Coming up on the final 20 seconds of the third quarter, Kekahuna wide left, comes to the formation. O'Neal fakes the end around to him, and O'Neal gets thrown down by Mathis at the 20-yard line. Zaire Mathis, the freshman outside linebacker. It's 4th and 1, and that should be the final play of the third quarter, as the Badgers will be going for it, one would think, on the first play of quarter number 4. We are through 3 here at Camp Randall Stadium in Madison. Badger fans, choose chill and celebrate responsibly. 21 means 21. Coors Light, choose chill. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. From the Rail Transport broadcast booth at the end of 3, Maryland 20, Wisconsin 3. This is Badger football from Learfield.
Hey Badger fans, it might still feel like summer, but we all know how fast Wisconsin weather can turn. Count on the trusted dealers at Bryant Heating and Cooling to do whatever it takes to make sure your furnace is up for the challenge. And act now and score up to $2,600 in federal tax credits on qualifying Bryant systems before they expire at the end of the year. Financing available through participating dealers for qualified buyers. Find your local Bryant dealer at Bryant.com. That's Bryant.com, proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics.
This is your home for the Badgers.
It is good! He hit it!
This is Badger football from Learfield.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
If you build a relationship, then it becomes easier. If you build trust, it becomes easier. As a parent, you want what's best for your child. To give them the love that a child needs. It's probably the best you can do for a teenager.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You say you'd never give in to a meltdown and never fill your feed with kid photos. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it and never let them run wild through the grocery store. So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, know it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
It's Mike Heller with a quick scoreboard update at Camp Randall. Starting the fourth quarter, it'll be Maryland leading 20-3. Last night, Iowa outscored Rutgers 17-7 in the fourth quarter, and won 38-28. All eyes on Bloomington, Indiana, where Illinois and Indiana play later today.
Yeah, 6:30 kick down in Bloomington from Camp Randall Stadium. It's time to imagine it was the Terrapin players doing most of the jumping there, at least among those on the field. It'll be 4th and 1 Wisconsin at the Maryland 20 as we start the fourth quarter. Terrapins 20, Badgers 3. And Wisconsin going for it here. Jackson Aker lining up at fullback. Cade Giacomelli, the tailback. O'Neal will go under his center, the redshirt freshman Ryan Corey. Single wide receiver to the right is Chris Brooks. O'Neal gets the snap. A little toss to Giacomelli, and he races to the line to gain, and he gets there, I think. He's short. He needed the 19, he's short. He got forced out of bounds about a half a yard shy. And that's how the fourth quarter begins. It looked like Levine Scruggs over there defensively for Maryland. So they try to go outside. It might be worthy of a review. We'll see.
Yep.
We're taking a look at it, and I'm thinking he's going to get it. It's just a matter of when Giacomelli stepped out of bounds.
Knee's down there.
The knee went down. The question, did the ball get to the line to gain? It is very close. You need it to be clear and obvious. But with where they're spotting it now, that doesn't look right.
No, he's definitely going to move it's just that if it will be moved up enough. Knee down. Ball is, it is razors close. I think that play tells you a lot kind of about where we're at, though, from a program standpoint. It's 4th and 1, and I think in the old days, you think, I was actually thinking Jackson Aker, fullback run, something like that, and they do the flip. And Giacomelli did great to avoid that first tackler and at least make this thing really close, and I think he got it. Might be in a homer by saying that, maybe?
I'm right there with you. It is really, really close. And when you say really, really close, that many times doesn't bode well in trying to get a call overturned.
After reviewing the play, the runner's shin was down with the ball extended to the 19-yard line for a first down.
Let's go.
There you go.
All right.
And sometimes it works out right. Well, Cade, that was you, my man.
Yeah, that was just a great individual effort, from somebody, obviously he's been around a long time, and a ton of pride. He was kind of hit in the backfield, fought, got around the corner, was able to just do enough and scrap, and that's a game-saving first down.
Kekahuna slot to the right. Darion Dupree, the running back, pistol formation. O'Neal will give it to Dupree, who gets plastered behind the 20-yard line. Reddick getting in there. Boy, Cam Rice came crashing in as well. Trip to the red zone brought to you by Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Badgers. Even though they're now outside of that red zone, they'll mark at the 21. 2nd down and 12 for Wisconsin. Opening minute of the fourth quarter, 20-3 Maryland. Dupree to the right of O'Neal now. Lance Mason, the tight end, goes out wide to the left. Kekahuna slot right, motions left. Benny Anthony wide on the right side. Shotgun snap, O'Neal. Looking, has time. 3-man rush. A check down to Anthony, who gets blown up by Mathis at the 21-yard line. No gain on the play. It's 3rd and 12.
Yeah, Maryland only rushed 3 there, so there's plenty of time. actually a good job of going and helping, finding guys to help. That's a case where you need to understand that you're going to have more time. You see that the rush, I think he got a little bit happy there to take that. That's exactly what Maryland wanted. They were sitting there waiting on that check down and absolutely drilled Vinny Anthony.
Jaden Ballard will come out to the left along with Tretch Kekahuna. Jackson Aker wing on the right side. 3rd and 12 for Wisconsin at the Maryland 21-yard line. Kekahuna starts in motion. Snap to O'Neal. Looking. O'Neal looks left. Now drifting right. In hot pursuit is Cam Rice. Circles back to his left and gets sacked outside the 40-yard line. That's a loss of 19.
It's pretty obvious to say you can't let that happen. You're seeing the inexperience of O'Neal because the protection is good. You have to stay in that pocket. Maryland is funneling you out. When you roll out to the right on that, you limit what you can do. The pocket was there. You stay in there and you deliver the ball, and then you certainly can't backpedal around. You have to throw it away, knowing you're down 3 scores, get it out of your hand and kick the field goal. That was the worst case scenario.
And with that, the play clock hits 0. And in this case, you either punt from there 40 or 45. That
penalties decline.
it seems aggravating there, but it doesn't. Actually, Maryland's declining it. At worst, you just give Bertram's a little more room there, but the line of scrimmage will still be the 40. And the snap to Bertram's. And the kick is away. Trying to get the Gunners down there. And they get there. And Jaden Ballard will down it at the 1-yard line. So another missed chance for Wisconsin. Converting on a 4th and 1. They got into the red zone, albeit very briefly. And we'll take a break. UW Athletics is proud to recognize the official products of Camp Randall Stadium. Brew Pub, Lots of Matzo Pizza, Clement's Brats and Hot Dogs, Old Dutch Potato Chips, and Pepsi on Wisconsin. 12:25 remaining. Maryland 20, Wisconsin 3. This is Badger football from Learfield.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Dutch Boys Durafighter is an interior paint and primer in one with a top-lasting formula. It provides great scrub resistance and durability with remarkable hide and a smooth finish. Save big on Dutch Boys Durafighter paint at Menards and start your next project today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards. Shop the pig.
Hey Badger fans, whether you're tailgating before kickoff or celebrating a big win, grab a can of Bubbler antioxidant sparkling water at your local Piggly Wiggly. With naturally sourced caffeine, 0 grams of sugar, and natural colors and flavors, Bubbler will keep your energy up for all 4 quarters so you can stay refreshed, energized, and ready to jump around. Find your favorite flavor at Piggly Wiggly today. Bubbler is a proud partner of the Wisconsin Badgers.
Piggly Wiggly. Shop the pig.
Matt LePay for Steinhoffels. Since 1934, Steinhoffels has been Wisconsin's go-to for quality furniture, name brand mattresses, and unbeatable service. As a proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics, Steinhoffels is helping you gear up for game day. September 26th through the 28th, spend $1,999 or more at any Wisconsin Steinhoffels store and get a $100 University Bookstore gift card. Perfect for picking up the latest Badgers gear. Relax. It's Steinhoffels. Stadium, Maryland leads Wisconsin 20-3. Before we move on, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10 for an ID. This is Badger football from Learfield. Atticus Bertram's with a nice job and good work from Jaden Ballard again as that punt downs Maryland at their 1-yard line. I wish I had other highlights to give you, but such as it is, they've got the Terps just outside of their end zone. Maryland leading 20-3. Maryland in the 3rd quarter ran 9 plays and got 2 yards out of it. Maryland's total offense for the day 208, Wisconsin 186, but Maryland is in command on the scoreboard, leading 20-3.
Yeah, that last sequence is, again, self-inflicted wounds. You're down in the red zone. I think you said they're in the Case IH red zone for one play, and then it turns out we're back at the 40. Just continuing to beat ourselves.
Malik Washington 5 yards deep in his own end zone, ready to take the shotgun snap, and he wants to throw. Looking, pressured, gets away. The throw is caught by Williams across the 10-yard line. Matt Young over there defensively, Allegro as well, and that's right at the line to gain. He got close to him, but credit Washington, made the play, a gain of 10, and it's 1st and 10.
I think it was Peterson who did a great job of shedding his man, got deep penetration into, beat the center, did a great rip, actually got held and tackled down in the end zone. Ref missed it.
Washington back under center now on 1st and 10 from the Maryland 11. Washington will hand off to DeJuan Williams off the right side across the 15, across the 20-yard line, and Young will steer him to the chalk across the 25 up to the 26, and there's a gain of 15, and Maryland, just like that, it's out of trouble.
Yeah, and I'm getting desperate now on the defensive side of the ball. You make 2 or 3 stops early in this half, and you think, let's get some points, and now you're shooting your linebackers through the A and B gaps, and when you do that, you're hoping to get some lost yardage plays, but if you bounce, that's where they're going to get big runs, and they just got their biggest chunk of the day right there.
From the 26 of Maryland, 1st and 10, 11:15 remaining. Terps up 20-3. Washington back into the shotgun. Can start bleeding this clock, and here's the snap, handoff. Williams up the middle, and he'll squeeze a couple of yards. That's about it. Open, close the door for Wisconsin was Emilio Agard, crashing in there from the corner. 2nd down and 8 for the Terrapins.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's frustrating from the defensive side of the football. You've done a lot of good things today, but you're down 17. You're now understanding we talked about pressing in the set. You're going to press to try and make that big play to give any type of hope to get back in this game.
3 receivers left. DeJuan Williams motions out of the backfield. 2 receivers to the right. Shotgun snap. Washington whips it to the left. Octavian Smith the catch. Ricardo Hallman is right there. Jameer Latimer as well. As Octavian Smith, beg your pardon, take it down to the 28-yard line. A little closer to the 29, they'll say. Make it 3rd down and 7. Coming up on the final 10 minutes of the game.
We've said Latimer's name a bunch. I think he, Rico is, they've went after him a little bit this afternoon. Latimer's done a really nice job of firing to the football, making some big hits, getting some open field tackles. I think he's played a pretty nice game.
2 receivers right, 1 on the left. 3rd and 7 Terrapins, their own 29-yard line. Pressure coming on 3rd down. Washington throws, caught across the 35-yard line. It'll be a 1st down as they get Jalil Farouk tackled by Allegro at the 38, and a 3rd down conversion for Maryland.
Nice job by their back of picking up our blitzer off of the slot, and you give Washington a lot of credit. He stayed in the pocket, understood where the blitz was coming. The replacement threw it where he needed to and picked up a big 1st down.
From the 38-yard line of Maryland, 9:15 to play, 20-3. Maryland leads Wisconsin. Pulling back from center, Washington, a play fake, deep drop, winds up, throws it deep, down the middle, has Knox wide open at the 10, at the 5, touchdown Maryland. Looking for the put-away punch, and the Terps just landed it. (26-3) Maryland. As I think the Terrapins had themselves a quarterback.
Yeah, it was a heck of a throw, and very similar to that throw at the end of the 1st half where it just ran a simple route right down the middle, split through our coverage, and it got over the top. And in this case, you can understand it because we're selling out and trying to make a big play. Beautiful throw, beautiful catch, and that, I believe, is your day.
62 yards on the connection. As O'Hare with the PAT, it is good. They covered 99 yards in 6 plays, 62 of those yards on the long touchdown pass. And we'll take a break. 9:03 remaining. Maryland 27, Wisconsin 3. This is Badger football from Learfield.
On game day, there's nothing like tailgating, touchdowns, and Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea goes down smooth and tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. Cool, refreshing, and a 5% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Look for the bright yellow cans where you buy beer. Keep it twisted, Badger fans, with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Please drink responsibly.
From the opening kickoff to the fifth quarter,
The defense comes through again.
This is Badger football from Learfield.
Let's take a moment to breathe. Deep inhale. Extend your spine. Remain focused on what you're doing. If safe to do so, exhale slowly, leaning to one side. Inhale back to center. If safe to do so, exhale slowly to the opposite side. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. This message is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Put your phone on D&D. That means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always sing with me. So put your phone on D&D. That means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always remember this beat.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Today's Celebrate Agriculture game is brought to you by Cleary Building Corps, Culver's, Case IH, and Compeer Financial. And on the go and want to stay connected to live college sports anywhere in the country? Download the free Varsity Network app, available on Apple and Android. With new features this season, it's easier than ever to listen live and keep up with your favorite teams. Don't miss a moment. Get the Varsity Network app now. Well, Malik Washington, as advertised, beautiful 63-yard touchdown pass to Shalik Knotts. And with 9:03 remaining, it's 27-3, Maryland leading Wisconsin.
I've been very impressed with what he's been able to do. For a freshman to come into this environment in his first Big Ten game, to play the way he has, I've been really impressed with not only obviously his deep ball and athleticism and decision making, but just his leadership as well. I said that on a couple of balls that were dropped. He's handled it well, and they just have been, this Maryland team has just been a lot more poised, disciplined, you name it, they've been better than us today.
Kickoff from Phillip Noyes in the air, return chance. This is kicked short. Vinny Anthony catches at the 13 across the 15-20 up the left hash mark, now cutting right, 25-yard line and up to the 31. It was interesting talking about Maryland and Mike Loxley at the Big Ten Media Days this year in Las Vegas. And I'll be honest, these media days are normally somewhere between boring and migraine-inducing boring. The coaches usually don't say a whole lot, but Loxley did. He said, I lost the locker room last year, which, like, what? With the NIL, the discrepancy with certain players making big bucks and others not, and there was a one-win team. Billy Edwards, were it not for Billy Edwards, they probably would have been an offer. He had a great game against USC. Well, I think he got that locker room back from the 31-yard line. 1st and 10 as O'Neal throws to the left, and that's caught by Anthony, and he gets slammed back by Jalen Husky at about the 35-yard line. A gain of 4, 2nd down and 6. And for Loxley to make that kind of an admission, very, very unusual, but they have regrouped. Here's O'Neal getting pressured out of the pocket, rolling to his right, throwing as caught by Jaden Ballard across the 40-yard line. He'll step out of bounds. Carlton Smith, the linebacker over there, to make sure. Up to the 44 of Wisconsin, and a 1st and 10. I know Patrick was reporting that, on the Wisconsin sideline, that everybody seemed to be, as together as you can on a bad day. No finger pointing, but you talk about a test now. This is as severe as it gets, just from a sporting perspective. 8:10 to play for the 44 of Wisconsin. 1st and 10 for the Badgers. Kekahuna motions into the backfield as O'Neal looking to throw and whips it to the right side. Tretch Kekahuna the catch across midfield. Lakai Rowland will bump Kekahuna out of bounds at the 49-yard line. As we mentioned, the Badgers players, coaches have talked about, the the collective resolve of their team, and they feel like they're better equipped to handle it. I said before the game, this is as close to a must-win as you could get in an opener, but regardless, you got 8 games left. You got a lot of season ahead of you.
And if you thought the noise was loud last week, with a bye coming, the noise is going to get louder.
Here's O'Neal, lobs it out right side, and it's caught. Yes, sir. Benny Anthony keeping a foot in bounds inside the 30, and he'll step out of the 26-yard line on the near side in Maryland territory.
And Danny, he took another shot, stayed in there, delivered it beautifully, and Vinny did. I think Vinny maybe even got 2 feet down on that. Great job of knowing where the out of bounds is. Got his foot, was able to secure it, and I think he did a little toe drag. What do they call it? Toe drag swag?
Yeah, they do now. 2 receivers left. Kekahuna in the slot. Vinny Anthony to the right. Tretch now in motion to the right. Yakimelli is the running back. O'Neal back to throw. A little pressure coming up the middle, and they get home, and O'Neal just got pounded. Oh, the second man in just unloaded on Danny O'Neal at the 34-yard line. Danny, boy, you talk about, I've said it a lot because it's true how tough this guy is. He gets up, they get back on the ball at the 34-yard line. Second down and 18 for Wisconsin. Shotgun snap, O'Neal, 4-man rush. Danny fires over the middle, incomplete. Kekahuna was free, but they could not make the connection near the 5-yard line of Maryland. 3rd down and long for Wisconsin.
Danny is limping, and he's taking a beating. He's run the ball. He's gotten hit. He's got a couple late hits. He's in the pocket. I've been a little bit tough on him about getting out of the pocket. If you're getting hit that much, it's real easy for us sitting up here saying, stay in the pocket. He's taking a beating. That was a throw that I'm sure he'd love to have back, but he keeps getting up off the mat. You got to love that about him.
Tyrell Henry slot to the left from the Maryland 34-yard line. Back to throw O'Neal. Backside pressure, hit as he throws, and almost intercepted by Wingate. And if he comes up with it, he's gone. But Danny again off the backside this time just got blown up, and it's just been that kind of day all the way around for this Wisconsin offense. O'Neal now goes back down on the ground. He was starting to walk toward the sideline, and then he just said, nope, I've got to get down on the ground. So the athletic trainers will take a look at Danny O'Neal.
Yeah, that was Sidney Stewart, a freshman edge. He's got a lot of swag. He just beat Riley Mallman right off the snap, and at blind side just took a shot, and Danny's still down.
We'll take a break. 6:23 to play. Maryland 27, Wisconsin 3. Back in a moment. This is Badger football from Learfield.
It's Ford Truck Month in the state of Wisconsin, where we tailgate in sub-zero temps, spend our Friday nights at the old fish fry, and rely on the #1 truck brand in Wisconsin to make it happen. Only in Wisconsin, only in a Ford. Time to save big on the trucks that are made for our state. Truck Month starts now.
Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD December 2024.
This Badger season is guaranteed to be jam-packed with big hits, the timely blitz, and the tight window fits.
Touchdown!
So you need a pizza that'll be there for all the big moments. You need a Brewpub Lotsa Matza Pizza. As a proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics, Brewpub pizzas are built to win and made with the hungry in mind. Produced right here in Wisconsin, Brewpub pizzas are a taste of home and loaded with award-winning Wisconsin mozzarella cheese. So sack one today from your local retailer and make game day memorable.
Big Ten football returns to Madison this fall. The Wisconsin Badgers battle Iowa, Ohio State, Washington, and others to defend Camp Randall this season. From the grind of every snap to the roar of jump around, Badgers leave it all on the field. Be a part of all the tradition Wisconsin football has to offer. Single game tickets are available now at uwbadgers.com or by calling 1-800-GO-BADGERS. Together, we're Wisconsin like that.
Time to spotlight today's best in the game, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Christian Allegro doing what he can. 7 stops, 5 of the solo variety. But we can't have our head stuck in the sand here. Malik Washington has been outstanding for Maryland, the freshman quarterback, and the stats are misleading. He's 17 of 33 for 253 yards and 2 touchdowns. It could easily be 22 or 23 completions. They've had multiple drops, and you're looking at 300 plus. He's just been outstanding.
He's been really good, and watching some of his tape this week, you came across impressed, but you kind of thought with where our defense was that we would be able to rattle him a little bit and make him make some bad decisions. He's a young guy, and he's road game, Big Ten. And to his credit, he has handled everything that has been thrown at him today, and he's played a really strong game.
Nathaniel Vakos will try. It's like about a 52-yard field goal. He certainly has the leg strength to do this. His career long was 55 yards. That was while he was at Ohio University a few years ago. He was popping them through in warm-ups from this kind of range and easily getting there. McLeavy snaps. Atticus Bertrams will hold. Straight shot. 52-yard attempt for Nathaniel Vakos. Here's the snap, the spot, and the kick is in the air, and it is no good. Pushed it to the right. And with 6:18 remaining, Maryland back on offense, leading Wisconsin 27-3.
And I'm not saying that early in this game, Wisconsin, the big play to stretch right away, and Billy's out there. You're thinking go down and get points. Is this a completely different game? You never know when you do that. Maryland has totally outplayed the Wisconsin Badgers today. Make no mistake about it. But special teams, I think, has been just a breakdown today in a game where you need to have, especially when you understand that your offense is struggling. And the special teams also struggled today, and that's why we have this wide margin on the scoreboard in the fourth quarter.
Malik Washington stays in there. 1st and 10. Farouk slot left, motions right. Little pop pass to Farouk. Trying to bend it to the right side across the 30, 35 to the 40-yard line. And Farouk, it looked like they had him hemmed in. He ends up running for a first down. Up across the 45 to the 46-yard line on a gain of 12.
Yeah, that should have been stopped a lot earlier. That was just an effort continuing to run. That ball should have been stopped 5 or 6 yards early.
Instead, it's a 12-yard gain. 1st and 10 Maryland from its own 46-yard line. Down to 5:45 remaining. Bye week next week for Wisconsin. In 2 weeks, they go to the Big House in Ann Arbor. Michigan with a big game on the road today in Lincoln, a 2:30 kick Central Time against Nebraska. Washington under center, pulls back, hands off to Juan Williams, hits it from the left side across midfield. It's covered up by Ben Barton. Tackett Curtis getting in there as well to the 49-yard line of Wisconsin, maybe the 48. And they'll place at the 48, a gain of 6, 2nd down and 4.
You kind of look through these stats, and I know the 2 big throws by Washington, but time of possession, Wisconsin's at almost 35 minutes. This has just been a really weird football game, and it's been very reminiscent of the issues Wisconsin has had. They've been highlighted this afternoon.
From the 48s of Wisconsin, 1st and 10. They'll run out of the pistol. Here's the handoff to Williams up the middle, and he gets cut down. Crashing in there was Mason Reiger. And he's leaving it all out there, isn't he? Again.
Great effort there. He's fighting a tight end. The tight end's trying to cut him off, and Mason said, "No, I'm not going to let you cut me off. I'm going to throw my body at that tailback and get him down on the ground." That's the kind of effort that you're looking for, especially in a game like this.
Gain of 2, and it's 3rd down and 3 Maryland at the Wisconsin 47-yard line. Down to 4:15 remaining. Terrapins leading 27-3. Caleb Webb, Octavian Smith, double wide to the right. DeJuan Williams still the running back, and reading it, pulling it is Malik Washington, and he gets stopped behind the line of scrimmage. Good work by the cornerback, Deani Hill. Well, the defense digging in there, still working it. Negative yardage play, a loss of 3, 4th down and 6 from the 50.
Yeah, nice job by Hill. He's fighting through a block there too, and Washington made the right read in holding that and getting out on the perimeter, but Hill kind of got around his ankles and was not going to let him go pick up that first down.
Maryland's going to bleed that play clock down to 10 seconds. Tyrell Henry deep.
standing at the 8 of Wisconsin. Bryce McPherson on to punt. Pressure light. Kick is away. End over end. Henry will let it hit, and it goes into the end zone for the touchback with 3 minutes and 12 seconds remaining. 27-3. Maryland leading Wisconsin. Billy Edwards started, didn't play a ton. Completed one pass. It was a short pass. It turned into a 45-yard connection to Tretzka Kahuna. But it was pretty obvious that he's still not there. And rather than risk aggravating the injury, got him out of there. They had prepped both a lot this week. Edwards had a lot of reps, as of course did O'Neal. And it's been O'Neal the overwhelming majority of the game. Trips to the left, 1st and 10. Shotgun snap O'Neal. 4-man rush for the Terps. A throw to the left side caught by Kekahuna, and he is tapped out of bounds. Or make that Tyrell Henry tapped out of bounds to the 25-yard line. It's actually Hunter Simmons in there at quarterback for Wisconsin. I beg your pardon. Hunter Simmons in there for O'Neal. Yeah, Simmons, the senior, transfer from Southern Illinois.
Yeah, I was curious because, I mean, Danny O'Neal took such a beating there, and now you got Hunter Simmons in here trying to at least get some type of spark here to finish this game off.
He's getting his first turns here. 3 receivers right, 1 on the left. Snap to Simmons, looking, checks it down. That is caught across the 30-yard line. Darion Dupree up across the 35. Good work after the catch from Darion Dupree to the 36-yard line. Simmons, a senior out of Marion, Illinois, and even at Southern Illinois, he didn't play a ton. Appeared in 11 games. Last year, 3 starts, appeared in 5 games, had a season-ending injury after that. On first down, throwing over the middle is Simmons. That's caught across the 45, across midfield, and getting belted is Lance Mason at the 49 of Maryland. First down, Wisconsin. And now a timeout taken here as the Badgers trying to go up tempo.
The old 2-minute timeout.
The 2-minute timeout. Yep. We have hit the 2-minute timeout with Maryland leading 27-3, and we'll take a break as well. Back in 1 minute. This is Badger football from Learfield.
Hey Badger fans, Brew Pub Lots Matzo Pizzas are your game day go-to. Loaded with award-winning Wisconsin mozzarella cheese and, of course, bombarded with high-quality meat and veggie toppings. Snag a za while taking in all the action at Camp Randall Stadium, or enjoy a delicious Brew Pub pizza in the lovely confines of your own home. Plus, new this season to the Brew Pub lineup, the Brew Pub Patriot Pizza that gives back to local heroes through the Tunnel of Towers Foundation. Great pizza for a greater cause, and available at your local grocery store.
For over 100 years, Fabic Cat has served the hardworking men and women that improve the quality of life in our community. As your local cat dealer, Fabic Cat provides new and used heavy and compact equipment, power systems, rental, parts, and full service support to those of you getting the job done. You make essential progress possible, and Fabic Cat is honored to support the work you do every day. Visit FabicCat.com or call your local Fabic Cat store for more information. Fabic Cat is proud to sponsor Badgerland.
Mentioned Hunter Simmons in there to finish up at quarterback today for the Badgers, the transfer from Southern Illinois. When he was out there last year in the 5 games, 3 starts, he pitched it around pretty effectively. 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, better than 850 yards, including 306 against South Dakota, which is a very good FCS team. Blake Rowland, assistant receivers coach, was the offensive coordinator at Southern Illinois. So when he joined the Badgers staff, was able to provide some good intel as they were looking for some insurance, some little bit of experience at that spot. So
Salukis, right?
Salukis.
What is a Saluki?
That's a good question.
That's a great nickname.
To Google that.
Yeah. Rather talk about the Saluki.
I think it's a dog.
Is it?
Yeah, okay. I believe so. Matter of fact, I'm looking at it right now. An ancient, elegant sighthound known for its speed, endurance, and graceful appearance.
That's a good-looking dog.
Yeah, it is.
Eleanor's been all over me about trying to get a dog, so
yeah.
Maybe it'll be a Saluki. Maybe that might be a sign.
Uh-oh. Eleanor, did you hear that?
She ain't listening. She got a big volleyball match.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
coming up tonight? You going to be?
No, I think she's.
Going on right now? Okay.
Yeah, she's
okay.
rolling.
All right. Ball at the 49-yard line of Maryland. 1st and 10. 2 minutes to play. 27-3. The Terrapins in complete control here this afternoon. Eugene Hilton, the freshman receiver, goes in motion right to left. 3 on that side of the line for Wisconsin. Shotgun snap. Hunter Simmons back to throw. Looking over the middle he goes. And that's caught by Lance Mason inside the 45 down to the 41-yard line. Gain of 8. Helmet comes off. Joe Brunner lost it again.
Second time he's going to have to either get that hair trimmed up a little bit or get the old chin straps latched down a little bit more. He's very irritated. He didn't want to come out of the game.
2nd down and 2.
Offense number 56, helmet came off the play.
JP Benshaw will come back in at left guard. He's played both left and right guard today. He has spelled Colin Cubberly at times. It's game clock at 1:40 now. And they'll go ahead and roll the clock for the 41 of Maryland. 2nd down and 2. Shotgun snap Simmons. Maryland rushing 4. Simmons throws left side, hangs in the air, tipped up, and almost pulled in by Jaden Ballard. It falls incomplete. Messiah Delhomme flying in there to disrupt. Ballard almost got it off a deflection. And now Ballard favoring his left leg. He is hobbling to the Wisconsin sideline. It'll be a 3rd and 2 at the 41 of Maryland with 91 seconds remaining. Come out 3 receivers on the right, 1 on the left. Darion Dupree, the running back. Grant Steck in there for Wisconsin. Simmons takes. Back to throw, 4-man rush. Simmons retreating, flush to his right. Chased by Jenkins. Simmons throwing it away. Incomplete. And it'll be 4th and 2 at the Maryland 41 with 1:21 remaining.
Hunter did a good job there just avoiding some of that rush. There was a lot of there's some stunts and it got a little bit of leakage there, and he was able to. I was critiquing O'Neal a little bit for not staying. That was a case. Get outside of the pocket and get rid of it and live to play another down here. Try to pick up this 4th and 2.
Chris Brooks out to the left. Kahuna and Anthony to the right. Snap to Simmons. The handoff to Darion Dupree. Running for the first down and gets there. Good hard run. In a game that is long lost, Darion Dupree making those reps count. Gets the first down to the 36-yard line of Maryland with 1:15 remaining.
Yeah, with Jones missing from an injury, he's up to 14 carries now.
Maryland late to sub. Badgers running a play. The flip goes to Dupree trying to hurdle Delhomme, and that's dangerous.
I don't know if I'm doing
Sent out of bounds at the 32-yard line. I think they had 12 on the field. I thought I saw a penalty flag there. Maybe not. Yeah, looks like no. Never mind. So it'll be a 2nd down at the 31-yard line.
And Dupree has come in at 14 carries, 52 yards. He's had a couple catches. You can tell he's playing incredibly hard. You always are looking for that in games like this where you're down. You always want to see who are those guys still giving that max effort.
And they did call the penalty against Maryland, the illegal substitution. They did not get the 12th man off, so it'll be 1st and 5 for the record at the 31-yard line. Hunter Simmons gets the snap. 4-man Maryland rush. Simmons checks it down. Pass caught by Iacomelli at the 30 to the 25, cutting right to the 20-yard line and driven back inside the 20-yard line. It'll be a 1st down for the Maryland Terrapins as the Badgers are back into the Case IH red zone. Visit caseih.com/Badgers. Ball at the 19-yard line, 1st and 10. Simmons looking, throws to the right, and that is caught by Eugene Hilton inside the 15. Dante Joyner wraps him up at the 13-yard line. 2nd down and 4 for Wisconsin with 35 seconds to play. Quickly on the ball, Simmons gets the shotgun snap, throws over the middle, end zone, caught. Lance Mason, touchdown, Wisconsin. Hunter Simmons coming in late, fires a strike to Mason, and the Badgers are in for the first time today.
Really nice route by Mason. He kind of stemmed out to make sure he could get that linebacker off of him and then broke back inside. And Hunter Simmons delivered it right where he needed to. And I know it doesn't mean a lot, but it's something. And I think Wisconsin, Hunter Simmons, going to feel good about that throw and catch by Mason.
Nathaniel Vakos out there for the PAT. It is in the air, and it is good. We'll keep it here with 28 seconds remaining. 27-10. Maryland leading Wisconsin.
And these things, you know, obviously Maryland played very soft there coverage-wise. But you always, I think coaches always look at the end of these games when things haven't went your way, which obviously today did not for the Wisconsin Badgers. You want to see who's out there competing. Yes. You want to see who's out there giving max effort still, because you don't know how many snaps you get. And at this point now, with, you know, there's going to be a reevaluation with the bye week coming, and trying to figure out what this group can do to start moving forward, because today was a big step backwards. And here you see at the end of this, guys still competing, making a play. And even though it's going to fall on a loss, you want to see that effort at the end of these games.
Something everyone will be watching very closely moving forward, knowing that you got Michigan, Iowa, Ohio State, and Oregon on your October schedule. Vakos with the kick. Maryland was thinking maybe onside. Vakos just wraps it at the back line of the end zone for the touchback. And with 28 seconds to play, the Terrapins can burn off the remaining time. What do you have, Michigan, Nebraska today?
I'd like to see Nebraska knock off Michigan. It's at Nebraska. Young quarterback, although I kind of thought today with the young quarterback it'd be some mistakes. Michigan's obviously got a very talented freshman quarterback as well. But anytime I can root against Michigan and Ohio State, I do.
I heard the great Dave Repson on Sirius XM Channel 84 yesterday. He said it has been 3,290 days since Nebraska last beat a ranked team. Think about that. 2016 was the year. And maybe today's the day, as Malik Washington under center takes the snap. He'll hand it to DeJuan Williams across the 25 up to the 28-yard line on what should be the final play of the game. As the Maryland Terrapins will go to 4-0, winning their conference opener. The Badgers will drop to 2-2, and a whole lot of soul searching will be happening in the facility as the Badgers will have a bye next week, and then the schedule really ramps up beginning in 2 weeks. Final score here this afternoon: Maryland 27, Wisconsin 10. We're back with a post-game show brought to you by your local Wisconsin Ford dealers. This is Badger football from Learfield.
Everyone wins when we take care of the environment. GFL delivers affordable, sustainable waste handling solutions to keep customers green for life. Diverse services include commercial waste and recycling collection, roll-off dumpster rental, and more. Customizing options to meet your specific business needs. GFL is the total solution. A local, trusted service provider in solid waste collection, recycling, and disposal services, providing you with safe, dependable, and efficient solid waste and recycling services. Green today, green for life. GFL.
WEA Member Benefits is proud to support Wisconsin public school employees. Founded by educators, for educators, everything we do starts with you. For over 50 years, we've provided trusted retirement and investment options, personal insurance, and financial planning programs exclusively for public school employees and their families. Visit WEAbenefits.com. That's WEAbenefits.com. WEA Member Benefits is a proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics.
Whether you're cleaning up to host a backyard game day party or just powering through your fall projects, you can count on the performance of Steel. From blowers to chainsaws, Steel tools are built to go the distance. With legendary quality and real dealer support, you'll find the right tool and the right team for every job. Steel, proud partner of Wisconsin Athletics.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on the Packers. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.